Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How's it going? Hi, hello. Oh, this is so strange. This is really strange. It's so weird. I'm not wearing my headset. I'm not wearing my headphones today. Because I don't know. Just didn't feel like messing with my headphones today. I'm wearing my in-ear monitors and it's so weird. Because with my headset, I can't hear myself. With these things, I totally can. It's so weird. We, Zephys. By the way, hi, hello. If you're new here, my name is Carrie. Welcome. We are doing a throne gift that I've had for a couple weeks now. Unboxing. And playing Palia today. I showed this to you guys a couple weeks ago, but I haven't even opened it yet. Like the seal is still on there. I haven't opened it yet. Not bacon. No, but we're unboxing this. Exciting. Temple was first. Hey, Temple. Good to see you. Hello. Hi, Gumps. Hey, Zephys. I hope you're well and enjoying your... Oh, they changed so much stuff on here. Oh. They changed so many things on here. Okay, I gotta take some stuff. Hi, Jazz. Happy to see you. Did they finally get mod view on Android? I knew it was something that they were working on, but you know, if it was added and I missed it, I missed it. Who's not surprised by that? It's time to take your pills. Hey, if you guys need to take your pills, take your pills. These aren't really my pills. These are my supplements, but I need them. I need to take these. I usually do it before I start, but I was busy posting on social media. I really don't envy anyone that watches Twitch on mobile, though. I don't... Especially with the horizontal. I don't know. I feel like you miss out on chat. Although that's why I put the... Hopefully it's over here now. That's why I put the chat on the screen. Hi, Jess. Good to see you. So I did say that I was going to do this unboxing last time I streamed, but I wanted to wait for Zephys. And then, you know... I don't even need to explain myself. You guys know me by now. So here I am, and I'm finally ready to do this unboxing. This one's not quite seated in there correctly. So I bought these in-ear monitors a long time ago, and I never got around to, like, consistently wearing them. I really like them. I remember testing them out when I got them. I forget why I got them, though. But my headset is just also being weird lately. It's very staticky and I don't know, it's just weird. But anyway, we're going to start today, like I said, with the unboxing, and then we'll do Palia. I haven't played a lot in the new update. I did stream one day of Radiance Rising, the most recent update. And then in the time since I last streamed, you know, I did play a little bit, and I accidentally started on one of the quests, and I didn't mean to. I found the entrance for the pirate quest, and I didn't realize that that's what I was doing. And as soon as you walk in, the quest starts. It's like a cutscene. Yep. Go for it. It's okay. It's fine. I deserve it. Anyway, so let's do this unboxing, and then we'll get into Palia. I gotta turn my light on. So let's see. Oh, we'll do that first. Anyway, hey Gigi-Pon, good to see you. I hope you're well. I hope you're well today. Okay, there's that. I'm gonna turn on this light. There we go. All the way up there. I can barely reach it. Yay! This is a Proto Arc XK01. It is a portable, foldable Why can't I do this? This is just tricky. This is too hard for me, even though the view is not mirrored. Maybe that's why I'm used to it kind of being... Yes, and I did switch back to my Logitech trackball. I did. I'm going to take the ProtoArc trackball to work. I actually have that one here too. We're gonna be team trackball today. Every day. Every day is team trackball day. All right, here's what we're unboxing. Let's see. Yay! I'm so excited. I had this on like my Amazon wish list for over a year. And then finally I was like, I'm going to put it on my throne wish list because my birthday was coming up. Thank you.
Trekken just resubscribed for 38 months.
Yay! Alir. No message. No message. Okay. Alir, hi. Thank you so very, very much for the resub. I really appreciate you. For being a tier 2 subscriber. That is very generous of you. Thank you, Alir. I'm so happy to have you here. And I hope you're well. I hope you enjoy your lurk today. Okay. So this is for work. I'm going to take this trackball to work to go with it. I have a tiny laptop and a very tiny backpack that I like to carry it in. It kind of looks like a purse. I don't want to carry a big bulky laptop, and I don't like shoulder bags. Anyway, so I have this little tiny backpack that looks like a purse that my laptop fits into. So now this is also going to fit into it, and it's just, I'm so excited. Because then I'll be able to prop up my laptop when I'm in a meeting instead of having people look up my nose. Anyway, okay. Ooh, fancy. Business travel. ProtoArc. Any more tape? No. You don't have the energy to riot. You'll film the riot. Appreciate that, Jazz. Jazz is on clips today. Okay. Okay. Papers. Pluck them and file them, right? So ProtoArc always includes these in, I got these with my keyboard too. They have these like fancy envelopes. And there's just like a note to say thank you. And then there's like usually like warranty information or whatever. The healthy workplace solution. Just, you know, brochures. This is the designer. They sent a card. It said, hi. My name is Wen. I designed this. You can't really see it. I'm the proud designer behind the product you just unboxed. Nice to meet you. That's cool. That wasn't in the one with the keyboard, although the picture of their trackballs are on the back. Team trackball. Anyway, so they always include these with ProtoArc stuff. No stickers though. Well, that's not true. This is a sticker, and it's like a sticker with the support phone number on it. Not the kind of sticker I like to get. Not a cool sticker like the sticker I got with my monitor, which I still haven't decided what I'm going to do with it yet. Anyway, that comes in there. Manual. 2-year warranty. 2-year warranty. Love it. Pluck them in, file them. Okay, so also in the box, it looks like is a cable. Standard USB-C cable. Okay. Ooh, so fancy. That's it. That's all that's in the box. Ooh, it's much lighter than I was expecting. It's also not gigantic, which I love. Fancy. It's got little feet on it. It's got little feet on it. These, let's see if I can get a good angle here. Little rubber feet right there, so that when we've got it open, it is stable. Love that. Oh, it is so cool. So these hinges actually kind of pop in place. Let's see if I can get a good view of the hinges. When the hinges open, they kind of pop in place. That's so cool. I didn't know it was going to do that. Anyway, it is a full-size keyboard. You will not catch this girl on a 60 keyboard. I don't want anything less than 109 keys. Look at that. Full size 0. Full size 0. That's great. great. Full-size keyboard, full-size 0, numpad. It's blinking because it wants to pair with something. It's already ready to go out of the box. I haven't done a thing. All I did was open it. Looks like I can pair it with 3 devices. So cool. Love it. Oh, this is so great. This got like a finder button up here. Beautiful. I don't have a Mac at work anymore, but anyway, this is awesome. And here's the charging port right there. Charging port right here, USB-C, so I can charge it while I'm using it. It's so cool the way it clicks in place. Very fancy, very nice. It's so, exactly. Oh, interesting. So these these little things here, they slide on and they lock in place. Cool. That way it doesn't like fly open in your bag, I guess. Anyway, super cool. I absolutely love it. Thank you, Zephys, again for the gift. I appreciate it. I consider this a birthday gift because it came around my birthday time. Thank you. Super cool. I can't wait to take it to work, which will be next week. I'm not going to work this week because of all of my appointments I told you guys about. Anyway, very cool. Can't wait to show Kira. He's also going to love it because he too likes a full-size keyboard, even though he's currently not using a full-size keyboard over here on this PC. We both prefer full-size keyboards, the 10 key. Although you guys know why I like a 10 key, because I game with a 10 key. I do all my actions on the numpad like a crazy person. And I can say that. Because I don't mean it in like the weird way. Anyway. I gotta turn my light off. Okay. I'm gonna get all my stuff set back up here. Got my keyboard. Alright. My thingers. I feel like my lights aren't all on, but they're all on. I don't know. Something feels off today. I don't know what it is. It is really heckin' cool. I know, Admo. Thank you, Zephys. I love it. It's so cool. I didn't realize that the hinges were going to be like so snappy. It's very satisfying. Okay, let's see. Let me get rid of this extra superfluous, if you will, trackball. Where is Palia? Okay. All right, let's get started. Anyway, thanks for hanging out during the unboxing. I've been looking forward to doing that for a while. I know my camera, I don't know, I probably could use a better quality camera up there for the unboxing. I got what I got, you know. It is what it is. Let's get logged in. Let's see. Oh, you know what? My stream deck. Something's wrong with my stream deck. Okay, I'm gonna fix it. Uh-oh. I think I typed it wrong. No, I didn't. Gigi Pond, thank you for promoting personal wellness. Don't forget to take your pills or grab some water. I understand a lot of you right now are experiencing a heat wave that maybe you might not normally experience. It actually kind of cooled down here in Phoenix. We were in the 90s this week. And it all went to y'all. I think to the west. The east, I mean the east. Hey, hang in there, hydrate. There's a reason why I drink at least 2 of these a day. Also, hi, Admo. Good to see you. We can have it back. Everyone gets South Florida weather this week, right? Right. That's the thing, is it's not humid here. Or maybe Louisiana. You know, honestly, I would put them on par. Gumps. I would put them on par. They're equally humid and gross. Let's see. Oh, I need to fix my stream deck real quick. And so the other thing I need, well, there's a couple things I need to do. One of the things I want to do is I can set up my stream to do 2K now if I want to. It's going to require making a lot of changes. But you know, I also need to install Windows 11. So I think one of these days I'm just going to have a tech day. Stream Deck. Stream Deck. Okay. Ugh. Back is a little sore because I did my workout today. There it is. There it is. I fixed it. Northern New York ATM, and it was 105. Ooh wee. Was it very humid though? I've never been to Northern New York. I've only been to like New York City. And it was a very long time ago. It was a super duper long time ago. Like I got photographs at the World Trade Center. It was so long ago. Because I am old. Okay, let's see. I also tended to my garden a little bit while I was AFK. We're just gonna go with AFK. I did tend my garden a little bit. I did log in and come over here and pick up my tree seed. I managed my inventory a little bit. Anything above 90 to you is humid. No, but I mean, the humidity makes the difference though. Right? So it's regularly in the hundreds here, starting in June all the way to like November now. But anyway, it's bearable in the shade, especially because we don't have any humidity here. Like our humidity is like 12%. But when you add humidity to that kind of heat, it feels much hotter and really gross. I lived in Louisiana for a couple of years and it was gross. It was a great place to live. I had some awesome experiences and met some really wonderful people, but ooh wee, I did not enjoy that weather. I don't think anybody does. Hello, wait please. Okay, there we go. Just a little bit of a delay. But anyway, I'm interested in trying to upgrade my stream to 2K. Partially because I think that would be cool, but also because I have this new 2K monitor and it would be really great to... So when I play games offline, I play on my main PC and I play at 2K, but what I'm looking at right now is what's being projected off my stream, so it's only 1080p. So it could look better. It would be nice if I could play in 2K. One of these days, right? I'll get around to it. Sweating just thinking about 100 degrees is the norm. Well, like I said, I mean, if you're standing in the sun, you'll sweat. But if you're in the shade, honestly, it's really not that bad. It really isn't. I'm acclimated. I've lived here for 20 years, you know. I'm basically a native now. It might be easier for me to say that. I'm just saying. I also do really well in the heat, so much better in the heat than I do in the cold. I do not like the cold weather. I can't believe these plants are still going. I stayed on top of my garden. I had to replant my beans though. My beans I fully harvested them and replanted them. I'm mostly doing all of this for the cycle of the apples. The apples. Prime Day is in 2 weeks. This may be dangerous timing for you. You'll be at your new home by then, won't you? You're leaving in like 3 days, right? How many times will I ask before I get it right? You know, I might actually start remembering things. I may actually have a better short-term memory. Oh, I forgot I had all these beans. Let's make some beans. Some beans. So many beans. Hey, Devia, darling. Good to see you. You start the drive on Friday. I knew it was soon. Yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. 3 days. 27th. Right? I remembered. I know this is childish, but I am not good with chopsticks. To practice, you got some child ones with T-Rex head. And you've been running around roaring at everyone with them. Have a fun day or made a fun day. It just takes practice. It really does. You're starting off with kid chopsticks is really smart, Jazz. It takes practice. I'm pretty good with chopsticks. I'm not gonna lie, but I practiced. I wanted to be good with them, so I made myself use them awkwardly and I just it's fun learning how to use chopsticks. But I hung in there and I got pretty good with them. I went to a, once upon a time, I went to a a Chinese New Year celebration here in Phoenix, and they were doing like one of the games was like a chopsticks game. Where like they had all these, everyone had like a little piece of paper that was their mat. And the mat had like 10 different little circles drawn on it. And you had to use a pair of plastic chopsticks, which can be really tricky. I think plastic ones are probably the hardest ones to use. They were plastic and they were thick. Followed by metal ones. And I think the wooden, well, bamboo ones, they're okay. They can be a little slippery. But wooden ones, like the disposable ones, are the easiest ones to use because they're grippy. Anyway. So we had to use these big, fat plastic chopsticks. And there were all kinds of little things in the middle of the table, and everyone was like around the table, and it was like M&Ms and Cheez-Its and peanuts, I think, and beads, like these beads that you make these bracelets out of, just a bunch of little things. And you had to put different types of noodles, like macaroni and stuff. You had to put one of each different type of thing inside the little circles on your mat. I won. It wasn't fair. It was so funny. By the end of the thing, people were just like, they were helping me look for stuff that I needed because there was no contest. So, have to brag a little bit. I worked really hard to get good at chopsticks. It is worth it. It's worth it. Sometimes there are things that are easier to eat with chopsticks now that I've spent all that time doing that. I find there are some things that I think are easier to eat with chopsticks. Okay, let's eat this. Oh, so another thing that happened while I was away, I was playing while I was away, I finished all my artifacts. So I got those done. I got all these done, which is fancy pantsy. Ooh, what's this? A gift for me. Ooh, login rewards. Speaking of which, I got my I got some Twitch drops. I got the new furnishings, but I didn't look at them yet. I forget what they're called. Honey? Yeah, here we go. Honey bunch, these honey bunch furnishings. Now I haven't looked at them yet. So I want to check them out. You grew up using chopsticks, but you still can't catch a fly. I don't think I could catch a fly either. Anyway, Jazz, long story long, my dear. It's not childish to not be good with chopsticks. If you don't grow up with it or practice with it, I mean, they're not easy. You can't just pick them up and be good at them. It takes practice. I don't think that's childish at all. I think that's totally normal. Okay, let's see. Ariel the Merpod, which I already had. And let's see, the sticker is... Oh, please. Did I have that one? Is that a new one? We're able to trade stickers, aren't we? No, that was my first one. Oh, please. That's perfect for Eshe. Okay. So I want to set down my Merpod. Over here with Spike, I think. They're gonna just have a little conversation. They're chatting. They're friends. So let's put this in here. This is my special furnishings room. Although I added this isn't part of it. I put that in here just because I wanted to have a wardrobe in here. But anyway, so oh my gosh, it's adorable. It's so cute. It's so cute. Something's in the way. I know that's true. There is something in the way. Oh my goodness gracious. It's so adorable. It's a bee and it has little bees on it. Oops. Not a great view there. It has antenna. That is adorable. Okay. Stop. It's got stripes and wings. Adorable. Okay, and then there's also, what is this? Whoa! It's a bed! Okay, I wasn't expecting that. 2 canopy beds in one room. That's probably too much. Okay. Let's well, let's I'm gonna need another room for my house. I need another room for my house. Okay, we'll put them in here. We'll put them in here. We'll put them in here. Okay. I originally set this up as a closet, but I think they'll be perfect in here. Oh, it's so cute. Oh my gosh, it's got honeycombs on the like the blanket. Bee pillows. I can't get up in there. I can't get in there. Adorable. It is so stinking cute. I don't know if you can see it, probably not. But this white fabric that's kind of see-through, it has like a little hexagon, a teeny tiny little hexagon pattern in it. It's really hard. I'm sure it's impossible to see on the street. That is so cute. Okay, and then there's one more piece. It's a bookshelf. Adorable. I love that it comes with little items on already set up on it. Hexagons. You tried to swat a fly yesterday, but you kept missing. Your cat decided to step in and show you how it's done and ate the fly. Oh, Zephys, I can only eat chicken with chopsticks. Stab the chicken with it and yum yum. That is one way to do it, Zephys. I agree, Debbie. It's so cute. Okay, I really love this little shelf. It looks like it could probably fit some of the taller items, even though they've said in some patch notes recently that they were going to be adding new small items. New small items, small decor items, and I think that's so that people have things that they can place in their bookshelves. Because the bookshelves that I have upstairs, they have such narrow, short shelves. There aren't a lot of things that fit on it. Oh well. It's fine. I'll find things to place in there eventually. Anyway, what an adorable set. I think the rest of these... How do we acquire the rest of these? I don't remember. I'll have to go back to the patch notes. Stinking cute. That is so cute. Maybe from Tish? I'm not really sure. All right, so let's see. So I've got up on my screen that you can't really see. My Guiding Light quest and my Nature of Shadows quest. So for the Nurture of Shadows, I mean. That's the quest I was working on the last time I streamed. And all I needed was Infected Essence and the votives. So I've spent a little bit of time farming the essence. As you can see, I do have enough now. And I have a little extra. I just need to make these white stone votives. So, do I have enough to make 10? Yes, I do. I believe this is part of the pet quest. This is the part of the free pet quest, I think. And then the Guiding Light quest, is for the Guiding Lantern schematic. Okay. I did purchase that. I bought that when I finished all of my artifacts. I still have extra artifacts, by the way. I don't know if anyone here would need them, but I have a pot and a creature, and I have 2 sword ones. 2 of those. Let's see. So, Ancient Wood Seed, Midnight Float Fish, and an Enchanting Runestone. I'm sure I have the Runestone. I have 10 Ancient Seeds. Okay. Hey, Hunt Train. Good to see ya. How are ya? Hello, hello. Thank you for promoting personal wellness. I appreciate that. What did I say? I already forgot. Ancient Seed, Midnight. I don't have any of those. Well, I'm going to have to find those. Okay, where the heck are they? Let's look it up. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. Midnight Floatfish. Uncommon in saltwater, evening and night. Oh yeah, I remember getting those from over there. Okay, I think I'll go over here and try to get those. They're pretty common, even though this says uncommon with a worm. Hope you're doing all right. I'm doing well so far. Finally have working AC again. Yes, thank goodness. This week has been awful with the heat. I know. I bet it has been. And I know a lot of people are experiencing heat and temperatures that they don't usually experience. I feel for y'all. Welcome to my world. When the AC went out on our house, it was during the summer. It was in July. So, for those of you that don't know, July in Phoenix, the average temperature is like 112. It was 95 degrees inside the house at night, because our lows in Phoenix at night are about 100. Sometimes it dips down into the 90s. Once the summer gets going, it stays hot all night long. So that wasn't fun. Yeah, that was tough. I know that is an entire ordeal without having AC. Okay, so I can turn in this quest, and I think, like I said before, that is the pet quest. And then I also have the Adventure on the Horizon that I accidentally started. Oh, and I did want to mention, okay, so a couple of these quests we read about in the patch notes. A quest for a locket. Where did I find that locket? I was going to remember and tell you all where I found the locket, but I don't remember. I do remember, however, where I found the key. So we saw in the patch notes that there were a couple of quests that were going to be started by a key and by a locket. So the key I found, it was on a bug. I think I was trying to get I was getting essence, and there was an infected rockhopper, I think. And it had the key. And I was in Matana Grove. I don't think it matters where, though. Sweating already, yeah. I bet. Well, like I said, I'm good in the heat. I'm used to it. It's not that big a deal for me. But the locket, I don't remember where I found the locket. Shucks. And then one last thing that I did while I was offline. I just happened to discover, just as I was running around, I found the very last treasure chest for Elderwood. So now I have all 3 of the maps. Yep. I did that offline also. I mean, I didn't know I had one left. Just happened to pick it up. Anyway, so that's where I'm at. I've got a couple of quests to continue to work on. Essence is the true grind, right? I think a lot of people on Reddit were talking about how nice it would be if essence was a currency, like up here. They would have to figure out a way to make room for it, but rather than taking up spots in your inventory, or I don't know, maybe if it could go in here, although I don't know about y'all, but this is pretty full for me, or maybe even in the quest items, like I'm not sure. Anyway, let's see. So let's go turn this quest into Tamala. It's a daytime, but 5 p.m. She'll be in Elderwood, I believe. I think she'll be in Elderwood. Frog hat, I almost missed it. Thank you. Thank you, Gimps. Directly on my head without my headset. So now I just have to decide if I want to stick with these in-ear monitors or if I want to try to get a new headset. I don't know. I think it's going to depend on how my eye doctor appointment goes. Speaking of which, I'm wearing these glasses. I really don't like these glasses, but I see the best out of these. I feel like I've gotten fewer headaches the past couple of days because I've been wearing these. These are some old glasses that are stronger than my most recent ones. Where is she? She's this way. Oh, she's coming in here. Oh, she's standing here. Okay, perfect. Less headaches is great. I've been getting them daily. But I can feel like if I quickly look, I feel like pains on the side of my eyes. I'm pretty sure that's eye strain. But I haven't gotten new glasses in 3 years. Probably my own fault. I usually go every year. Here's what happened. Last time I went, they were like, oh, you don't need a new prescription. Same as last year. So I got complacent. Anyway, going to the eye doctor on Thursday. I'm just trying to get everything taken care of. All right, Tamala. Darling, back so soon. Why, I might start thinking you enjoy my company more than my potions. I have the items for the cleansing. Good. Place the candles in a circle around the essence. I'll prepare the rest while you do. This doesn't sound like the kind of activity that we would partake in this chat. Because it's not a cult. We're placing candles in a circle around the cursed essence. Oh, it's like over here. Yeah, okay, I see the sparklies. Okay. Place the candles. Ooh. Okay. All right, I've placed the candles. You went to the eye doctor a few months ago. They told you need bifocals. So you don't have to get bifocals. You can get progressives. That's what I've been wearing. Honestly, I'm really frustrated with them. But they've changed the way they make progressives apparently, which is why I'm excited about my appointment that I have on Thursday. So it's totally normal, Zephys. Even Kira probably needs them, but he's in total denial. Anyway. So I've been wearing these forever. These are progressives, but there's no line in them. That's how they make them now. Plus progressive sounds cooler than bifocal. Feels like a fishbowl at first. Right. Right. So I've been super frustrated with my progressives, and I feel like it's a lot of what has contributed to my eye strain. Not just because I need a new prescription, but so the way they have made progressives, even in big tall glasses like these glasses are almost 50 millimeters tall, right? These are super tall glasses, right? Not like these little short ones that I have on, these little single vision, like little shorties I have on. They usually do like a distance kind of in the top, like third, and then there's this thing called mid-range. And they usually put it just like a little teeny tiny, maybe 5 to 10% of it in the middle. And then the bottom third of it are your readers, right? But they've totally changed the way they do that now. Or at least the eye doctor that I'm going to on Thursday, they made that mid-range bigger in the middle. Which is what we need to see like computer screens. So when I wear these, it's harder for me to see all my screens, but wearing these right now, it's like spot on. I can see everything. So I'm really excited to check out the new progressives, and hopefully they're not super expensive. Because progressives are not cheap, my friends, if you haven't gotten them yet. You get irritated with your glasses. You've got a massive head. Oh no. 5 frames to choose from what could actually fit and not bend the arms outwards. All for a computer prescription that I'm only supposed to wear if I'm working or gaming. Definitely wear them because they probably have blue blockers in them, and I will tell you, I think that those really work. Even though blue blocking is basically a yellow tint, very slight yellow tint, they work. That's another thing that I found out about the eye doctor that I'm going to. They have these new frames that are supposed to be like they fit everyone. They're the eyepieces, I forget there's a term for these, are designed so they can either flex inward or also flex outward. So, look for those, I guess. I know how hard it can be to wear to find glasses that fit, because I usually have issues with this part, the bridge. My glasses slide off. And also they're hard to wear with headphones because of the pressure. Anyway, I digress. It looks like I still squirrel, but it's going to be weeks. It's going to be a while before, if anything changes about me because of my new meds. Anyway, let's finish this quest. Okay, so we put the candles in a circle, which we have no experience ever doing before, ever. Never. There. Now we will use this existing essence to draw the curse into the mushrooms. Oh, okay. Some scales from the ancient koi to reinforce the barrier. Okay. To draw the curse into the mushrooms? What mushrooms? Oh, we gave her mushrooms. Oh, yes, that's right. We gave her mushrooms and ancient koi. I forgot. Okay, yes, of course. Your monitor has a blue filter built in, though. You're fancy. Mine might have a blue filter built. This is the fanciest monitor. When I tell you, Kira bought me like the nicest. It is the nicest monitor. Oh, and it came with a sticker. I can't decide if I want to put it on my water bottle or not. It's fancy. It's very fancy. Oh, it has a QR code on it. Very fancy. Incredibly nice monitor. It is a very fancy monitor. It may have one built in, but these other two don't, and the ones at work don't. Okay, let's see what happens. The air thrums with energy. Thrums. Thrums? Maybe hums. This says thrums. I don't know what that means. As Tamala begins pulling the curse slowly out of the air and concentrating it into the mushrooms. I'll need to find a safe way to dispose of these mushrooms. I wouldn't suggest using them in your cooking. That works for me. It looks like the curse has been successfully transferred. Why don't you investigate what it left behind? Okay.
I'm sure I'll be seeing more of you soon.
All right. Okay, it's the pet. It's the little pupper pet. A broken down Galder pup lies slumped on the ground. It gives you no reaction. Uh-oh. Okay. It's a pup. It's not working.
Looking for a bit of chin wag?
I wonder what caused this pup to become cursed. I suppose the only way to find out is to repair it and check its logs, of course. Like every other Galder, right? You know a Galder who can help, don't you? Oh, don't you, darling? I've heard all about your little foray into the Temple of the Roots. Oh, good. I want to go,
Suitably amusing.
Why can't I think of his name? What's the name of the Galder in the Roots Temple? The Guardian? The Guardian. Right? Let's go. That would be in Bahari. The Guardian, yes. Sweet, I just closed my rings. Sitting here streaming. That was easy. Okay. It is up by outskirts. This way. Wait. This way or this way? This way. All the talk that I did a couple weeks ago about being able to know which way to go just by looking at my surroundings. And I'm like, which way do I go? It's this way. Oh, it's also on my compass. Perfect. I also was playing a little bit of ESO. Speaking of ESO, my friends, in case you missed it, Zeal of Zenithar starts on Thursday. And I'm really hoping that there'll be some Twitch drops for Zeal of Zenithar. It's a great event. So funny how you have to break this every time you come in. Does it regenerate or something? The Gardener, not the Guardian, the Gardener. I was close. Basically the same thing. Okay, the Gardener. Human. These visits reveal a concerning need on your part to disturb my peaceful garden. I expect whatever reason you have is not adequate to defend the accusation. As I have found that cutting to the chase shortens these interactions, I must demand, what is it this time? You just started a new ESO Plus month. The subclassing is keeping you interested and also winning a key for the new season. Oh, nice. Congrats on your key. Congrats on your key. I also got a key. Congrats. Okay, let's see. He wants me to cut to the chase. You can say chill, bro. It's Galder related. I just want your expertise. A Galder needs your help. And you'll want to hear this. Oh, Zephys, you didn't hear about the subclassing? Oh, Zephys, they've added subclassing into ESO. I haven't tried it yet, but I'm pretty sure it's amazing. A Galder needs your help. Your statement has piqued my interest. I will give you exactly 1 minute to explain before I expect your removal. I found a cursed Galder pup, and it's not working. You are laboring under a few misconceptions. Fortunately, I have decided to enlighten you. First, what you are describing is known as a companion type. The exact model remains to be determined, but colloquially, these are known as Galder pups. This is a misnomer, as they are not Galder. They are constructs with limited cognitive ability. While free will is a human concept up to misinterpretation, the true definition of a Galder is a construct capable of independent decision-making that possesses a oneness. It's awesome. Your Templar has Adric Spear, Animal Companions, and Assassination. Sounds pretty broken. The companion type is a little more than a pet. Still, if it is broken, my own oneness dictates I assist you in repairing it. I'm sure you recognize this flow hub. Take it and place it near the companion so that I may examine it in more detail. Oh yeah, the hub. It's just like the one we have on our plot. See you later, Gardener. Always a pleasure. Place the Gardener's hub near the damaged pup. Okie dokie. I will do that. The garden door? No. The entrance. Anyways, Zephys, you should check it out. It was added when they released patch update 46, I think it was. Update 46. And don't worry, I haven't tried it yet either. The last time I streamed ESO, I actually ended up spending quite a bit of time working on the scrying quest line that I never finished. I never finished it from Gold Road, Rat Jam, Cat Jam. Anyway. I guess this is closer than going to the outskirts, isn't it? Oh well, it's fine. Back to Elderwood. So let's see. When did update 46 come out? It's been a couple weeks, right? I think. Hey, Laphonos. Good to see you. It's going well. How's it going with you? It is over here. It's over here. Been better. Well, hopefully it gets better. Go for it, Laphonos.
Random dad joke. Why are ghosts bad liars? Because you can see right through them.
Gold star. That's a good one. Gold star. Good one. Good one. Okay, so here's there's the statue. We've placed it. Running preliminary diagnostics. Please stand by. ... Its rune fuel pathways are damaged and the joint locking mechanisms are corroded with rust. I will require materials. Return when you have them, and I will walk you through the repair steps. Okie dokie. Platinum bars, pallium bars, a citrine, and 30 flow-infused wood. Flow wood. Okay, I think I have all of that. Let's go back and find out. Hopefully the dad joke brighten your day a little bit, Laphonos. Good to see ya. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to stick with these in-ear monitors. They kind of hurt a little bit. My ears are not large. They're small. Looks like I'm going to need to get a new headset. Okay. Platinum bar, pallium bar. I know I have these things. 30 flowwood though. I haven't chopped flowwood in ages. Oh, I have plenty. Let's see. I didn't pay attention to the quantities. Quantities. 2 platinum, 5 pallium. Quantities. You know, platinum bars they're hard to come by. This better be worth it. 5 pallium bars. Oh, those are silver bars. You know what? I knew that. Platinum bars are purple. Where are they? Where are they? There they are. 1 citrine. I'm pretty sure I have a citrine. Oh, thank goodness. I normally sell them, so that's lucky for me. Hey, Sasarai. Hi, Lady Wolf. Good to see you both. Sasarai, thank you for promoting personal wellness. You'll make sure you're taking great care of yourselves, especially those of you that are experiencing higher than usual temperatures. As someone who's lived in Arizona for a long time, just take it from me. You need more than you think with your hydration. Please, please, please hydrate. Let's take that out. I need that too. Okay. You need more than you think. Is the heat unbearable in AZ these days? Interesting that you would ask, because I was just explaining how we actually cooled down a little bit. Wait, I have to go back to the gardener. I was just talking about how it cooled down a little bit, which is to say we did not. The temperatures were in the 90s. The temperatures were in the 90s the past couple days. But we're back into the 100s. Oh my gosh. And in a week and a half, we're going back down to 97. That is really nice because in the morning, it's only 71 degrees. I should get up really early tomorrow. One of my trees needs to be touched up. Maybe I'll get up early in the morning and do that. For us to have lows that are still in the 70s is amazing. It's usually not until like we get into July, but this year we didn't. The temperatures here, it was a very mild intro to the summer. We're normally well into the 100s by like the second week of June. And we were still like in the 80s and 90s. And we just got some 100s this week, but it rolled back to the 90s and it's just crazy. Sent it all east, yeah. So it's not too bad compared to normal Sasarai. Another really interesting thing is we are getting rain this year. Phoenix hasn't had rain. No, we've had very little monsoon, almost zero monsoon for like 3 years, and we're actually getting rain this year. That's another great thing. So it's a little cooler than the past few years. Okay, 24 minutes of Frog Hat. Thanks, Gumps. Ooh, dusty. Dusty. Ooh, I gotta clean my desk, y'all. Oh, it's so dusty. Okay. Return to the gardener. I am here to talk to the gardener. And we gotta break the wall again. You never thought you would miss snow. I don't miss it. I can tell you that right now. I don't. Nope. Don't like it. Not a fan. Which is funny because in September we're going to Alaska. Going to Alaska in September, and it's going to be totally fine. I bought this amazing coat. Went on clearance here. It's like one of those Columbia coats that has 2 layers, and like the inside layer zips. You can unzip it, and it's like this amazing polar fleece. And then on the main layer of the coat, which is like an all-weather, so it's like rainproof on the outside, on the inside, it's like this foil, insulating foil material. I'm gonna be just fine in Alaska. In September. They sell coats in AZ. Yeah, we get really cold here, Zephys. It gets down into the 40s in the winter. Very cold. But you also have to consider the perspective now, because our summers last 6 months. So if we're out here in the 110 degree weather for 6 months straight, like 70 is cold compared to 110. 40s is frigid. 40s is I'm out. We're very cold. We get very cold here. So once the weather starts getting into like the 80s, people start wearing hoodies. I'm not even kidding. We totally do. People start putting on hoodies in the 80s. People wear jackets in the 70s because we're cold. We're cold compared to the super hot weather. Thank you for the follow. Okay, let's talk to the gardener. He's probably one of my favorite NPCs in this game. Again? What? What do you it says return to the gardener. Did they mean for me to return to the gardener's hub? Because it says return to the gardener. Hoodies in the 80s, yep. It's 30 degrees colder than what we're used to. Okay, so the quest says to return to the gardener. But what it meant to say was return to the gardener's hub or whatever. You know what? This is fine. This is A-okay. I don't mind at all. Okay. It's okay. We will run back. Oh, the grove is still up. I'm not going to go to it. Jeez, you know what? I feel like... I know it's 2:45 a.m. in game right now, but I feel like the gamma... is higher than it used to be. Now, I know I adjusted my gamma in the game because of how dark it is in the Elderwood. Maybe they made some adjustments. Maybe they made some adjustments because the rest of the game is much lighter than I'd prefer. Ooh, I got a message from Kira. You drive up this weekend. It's so exciting. Okay, 1 second. Let me check this message. Yay. What do I want from Trader Joe's? What do I want from Trader Joe's? Yay, you're gonna be neighbors. Awesome. What do I want from Trader Joe's? Okay, I'm going to answer this message. There we go. I did it. I did it. All right. Okay. So, as I said, the instructions were to return to the gardener, but they meant the gardener's hub. You know what you want. No, they don't have that okay, listen. They don't have tadpoles nor boba at Trader Joe's. Snacks. Oh, that's a given. Yeah, that's usually the point of going to Trader Joe's. Although we really like their orange chicken, so I know he's going to get some of that. This is what they meant by return to the gardener. Oh, is there no Trader Joe's in your new neighborhood, Gumps? Oh no. Isn't Trader Joe's like a tackle shop? No. They have an Aldi. Well, I mean, at least they have an Aldi. We didn't have an Aldi in Phoenix until last year. You love their fried rice and orange chicken. Makes a good dinner. Yep. We always get the fried rice. Trader Joe's is a great grocery store. It's a grocery store, but they have almost everything that they sell in that store is their branded stuff. They have a lot of really great seasonal stuff. They have the best selection of snacks, all kinds of snacks. You name it, whatever kind of snack you can think of, they have it. They have a lot of really great snacks. They have a lot of really great frozen foods. But they also are full grocery store. So they have produce and dairy and well, they don't have a bakery, but they have bread. And you can do all your shopping there if you want to. It does cost a little more. Most of their food is excellent. And then they also are known for wine. Like, a lot of people go there to buy their wine. It's also organic, if I remember right. It's nice for food allergies. Not everything is organic, but they do have a lot of organic food. Yeah. But lots of really unique things. You can only get them there. A lot of them are Trader Joe's branded. They're all really super good. Just a whole variety of stuff. And the fun fact, or the fun thing about Trader Joe's is in some cities, they'll have exclusive items. Like, we got these little mochis, brown sugar mochi. They were like, they weren't cookies. They were just like little mochis, and they were just like little treats. And I sent a whole box of them to Bruce because she didn't have them at her Trader Joe's, but we had them here. So you go there for their fruit selections. Yeah, that's one of the things that we go there for too. And Kira's family, when they come to visit from Hawaii, because there's no Trader Joe's there either, right? So they'll buy a lot of Trader Joe's has a lot of dried fruits and a lot of dried, a lot of dried fruit and fruit mixes and nuts, seeds. They have a whole big section that's full of all that stuff. In addition to their fresh produce. But yeah, Kira's dad loves the is it the banana chips or the plantain chips? Probably both. And his mom really likes the prunes, I think. I like the mandarins. They just have all kinds of great stuff. All kinds of really good cookies, and including a lot of gluten-free choices. They have great ice cream. Like, they have everything. But like I said, the appeal of it is most of the stuff they sell there, you can only get there. Let's get back to this quest. The name is misleading. Oh. I mean, I guess I could see why you might think it's like a tackle shop, but no. No. It's like, so a lot of their stuff they'll do, as different regional types of food. So like we like to get the orange chicken and we like to get the bao buns and the gyoza. So the whole Trader Joe's part, I think, comes from the fact that they have all different types of cuisine there, especially in their frozen food selection. And I think that's why it's like Trader Joe's. I think they source their stuff from all over the place. There's a Trader Joe's 15 minutes from your house. Oh my gosh, Zephys, you must go. You must go. Try everything. I can't believe you don't go to Trader Joe's. It's so good. Go. Definitely the orange chicken, but they have so much good stuff there. They also, another thing that they're known for is they have a great selection of fresh flowers. A lot of people go in there to get their flowers. Yeah, go walk around at least. Yeah, anything you try there is going to be good. All right, the quest. Okay, so we've gotten to the gardener, which isn't actually the gardener, so now we're at the correct gardener. Network standby. Status message. I'll only reactivate this hub when you return with the correct materials. Don't waste your time, and more importantly, mine. I have the materials. Establishing network connection. If only I could make like AOL dial-up noises. Just imagine that in your head. My observations of mortal behavior leads me to believe you expect praise for collecting the required materials. No, that's fine. Just fix the thing. I will dispense a piece of candy as appropriate recognition of your efforts. Okay, I'll take that. Now, follow my instructions precisely. You've got mail. Isn't it, as soon as it finished, it would say, welcome. Yeah, welcome. You've got mail. Okay, so together, you and the gardener slowly repair the pup. It takes hours of carefully following instructions. Hours. It's like a montage that isn't a montage. Finally, you tighten the last screw and step back to observe your work. That would have been a neat place for a little cutscene, but that's okay. No judgment. Examine the repaired pup. It's still just kind of laying there. Despite all the repairs you've made, the pup does not show any signs of stirring. Uh-oh. Okay. Now what? My instructions were perfect. Either your execution was flawed, or the mechanical damage masked the true problem. We're going to go with number 2 on that one, sir. Running complete diagnostics. So why didn't you do that the first time? Standby. What was their messenger called? ICQ? No, it was just ICQ was something different. Their messenger was just called AOL Messenger. AIM. No, AIM. It was originally, I think, just AOL Instant Messenger, and they changed it to AIM, which is the acronym. AIM. ICQ was totally different. Remember, ICQ was like the little flower, and when you got a message, it would go, uh-oh. I had, and I still remember, a 7-digit ICQ number. I still remember it and the password. So it was, if it were possible, I could log in right now and talk to all my friends from 1997. Anyway, please stand by, he says. ... Retrieve my hub and return it to the garden. Oh, okie dokie. What about the diagnostics? We will require supplies that cannot be found in these woods. Speak to me in the garden. Entering network standby. Well, shucks. Shucks. Okay. Back to the gardener. To the actual gardener this time. I used ICQ when you used to play Lynx 2000 on PC. Lynx 2000 sounds familiar. I don't think I know that one. Golf. 2000. So I didn't play any golf games on PC. The first and only golf game that I played was Tiger Woods on PlayStation 2, 2005, I think. I will tell you though, playing that game taught me everything about golf. I know what all the different clubs are for. I know what all the different shot types are. Can't play. I'm not good at it. I've never tried to play real golf. I've embarrassed myself at Top Golf a couple times. I know that's not the same. But I know a lot about it. So if I like see golf on TV, I know what they're talking about. Lynx 2000. Never played that. What was I playing in 2000? I was playing EQ. I was playing EQ in 2000. Just getting into it. Where are you, Gardner? There. Okay, there it is. Real golf. The club goes further than the ball for you. Oh, shucks. Oh, shucks. Holy heck, Ella. Hello, Ella.
Ilathal_Nightwind just resubscribed for 47 months. Finally going back to work.
Yay!
Likely starting Monday, after a ridiculous amount of time away.
Ella, congratulations. I'm really glad to hear that. I'm guessing that means that you're pretty recovered then. Good to see you, friend. How's everything going to the new place? Hey, that's great timing. That's perfect timing since you just finished moving. Right? Okay. Thank you for returning my hub. You may now leave. It's so rude. What about the pup? There is nothing you can do for that thing. It is best to abandon it to the woods. Oh gosh, what did you see? In my experience, laying out the clear and present danger of a situation has never stopped a human from making a foolish mistake. Gardner is always laying down some deep truth. Seriously. It would be illogical to suspect this time could be any different. However, I suspect you will not stop, even if I continue to withhold information. This is true. That was not a Galder pup. It may have inhabited the form of one, but that is where the similarities cease. You're still unpacking stuff and trying to figure out where to put everything, but good otherwise. Oh, good. I'm glad. Yeah, like I said, I feel like that's really great timing, right? If you had been working or needed to figure out a work schedule while you were moving and all of that. I have a question. Is there a purpose for the different element answers? There's some other meaning behind it. So, yes, there is a purpose behind that. Essentially, they give you choices for answers, right? And the answers don't affect the outcome of the quest. It's meant to kind of demonstrate your personality. And then the more of whatever element you choose or you think fits your personality, it shows up on your profile. I can show you what I'm done. I am a fire type, according to the answers that I pick. Because, you know, I pick a lot of the sassy answers. Anyway, let's see. It is not a Galder pup. The cursed energy you and the alchemist cleansed from it was not external. That was the creature's true form. Oh no! Ooh, that's not good. All your ritual did was force it to condense. It likely took whatever form it saw reflected within you. Oh. Okay. Even if I desired continuing to assist you, my rune working would prohibit me from doing so. He said that so many times. Oh, well, I have been picking wind because of the last avatar. There you go. And maybe that does suit your personality, right? I suggest you look elsewhere if you intend to continue down the path of your ancestors' greatest folly. Oh no, we have to explore that. As a consolation, I have another piece of candy. No, I'm not done with you. So we need to go back to Tamala, but I want to talk to him again. I want to talk to the gardener again to see if they have anything else to say. It's usually pretty funny. Oh, all he says is again. So it shows up right here on your profile. This little teeny tiny little above your focus right here. And mine says you have exhibited traits associated with the fire personality type. That's based on the answers you choose. Okie dokie. So we must go back to wherever Tamala is. What time is it? Why don't I have the time of day on this? Do I have to leave the temple to see what time of day it is? The garden door, the factory. I'm turned around. The entrance. Okay. Why can't we see the time in here? Is the time tied to like the little clock or whatever? I don't know why it's not on my screen. Has that never been on our screens inside a temple? Like now I'm curious. 9:39 a.m. So she's actually going to be here somewhere, right? No. So she goes in there pretty early, it seems. Something's changed about the game. I just noticed. I think. So it used to be anytime you changed zones, if you had been sprinting, you would have to sprint again. Like it wouldn't continue. You'd have to toggle it every single time you change zones. I feel like I haven't had to do that today. Maybe that was in that long list of bugs that they fixed or worked on or whatever. Because it was a very, very long list. We didn't even read it. Super long list of fixed bugs in the last set of patch notes. All right, let's just go this way. Anyway, what else should I text him? Anything else from Trader Joe's? What do I want from Trader Joe's? I guess nothing else. Snacks, bacon. And snacks. Okay, I texted him. Mochi ice cream? Maybe. They do have good mochi ice cream. Okay, so I think she's going to be pretty close, right? She might just be just hanging out over here. Coffee. We have coffee. Maybe bacon. We actually don't have any bacon. But when we buy bacon, we usually get it at Costco.
What brings you to this neck of the woods?
I gotta tell you what happened with the gardener. Yes, after you and that gardener disappeared in such a rush, I took the chance to inspect the pup in more detail. Oh, okay, good to know. Comparing it to those dull little motes filling the elderwood does it a disservice. What does she mean by that? Dull little motes filling the elderwood does it a disservice. Is she talking? What is she talking about? You have 6 more hours to get the plush drop. This will need to be a long stream. Okay. Or is it 3 hours? Ooh, it's whatever the longest duration you have because they are concurrent. They're concurrent. I can do 3 hours. Anyway, I'm not sure what she's talking about here. This creature is far more interesting and complex. A living sentient curse. Oh. You see, I don't sense anything wrong with its physical body. Indeed, it appears to be sleeping. Yet nothing I try will awaken it. which leads me to believe that it has a will and that it does not want to awaken. Oh no. If the body is well, all that remains is a sickness of the soul, if this creature has such a thing. Is it really dangerous? No. What do we gain from waking it? No. So we can either say poor thing or damn, that's deep. I'm going to say poor thing. Not just because it's fire. Because that's what I would say. I find myself agreeing with you. I doubt it knew what it was doing when the curse ran rampant. We have the ability to help. Perhaps the creature is dangerous. Perhaps not. We cannot know unless we give it a chance. At the moment, the only crime I see it guilty of is daring to exist at all. I am not in the habit of punishing others for that sin. Okay. Okay, well, I think we need to help it. Is Tamala romanceable? Yep. She is. Yes, she is. Glad you see things my way. It would have been a chore otherwise. How do we cure a sickness of the soul? That is the question of the hour, isn't it? The same way any living being does. Creature comforts. Since we do not know the spirit's personality, I suppose we'll have to gather a variety. Personally, when I feel down, I imagine my enemies being punished in fun and creative ways. You would, Tamala, you would. Barring enemies. Well, I have a rather involved skincare regimen. The latest one involves elderwood lotus. Well, it's a good thing I've collected quite a few of those. Something tells me that you're going to want some. Why don't you ask around the village for some other ideas? I must admit, even I'm aware I'm not the most comforting presence. When you've collected everything, try placing it near the spirit to see what it reacts to. Okay.
Till next time, darling.
Yes, she is. She is. I don't think I've given her. I don't think I can flirt with her though. I haven't given her any chocolates. No. No, I haven't, but yes, you can romance her. What kind of dried fruits? He wants to know what kind of dried fruits I want. Something new. I didn't finish. All right, so ask around to find out what kind of comforts, or ask around to find out what comforts the residents of Kilima. Okay, I shall do that. Kilima, I wonder if I went the wrong way. Yes, I did. I went totally the wrong way. Anyway, I wonder if Eloise or who else is here right now? Subira? I wonder if they have opinions. I can ask them before I go back to the village. Hey, did that disappear right in front of me? It did. I was totally going to pick it up. That is A-okay. So yeah, I feel like, again, the gamma was adjusted in the game, and I can turn mine back down to what I had it before. I'm not really sure. I mean, it's so hard to tell whether or not it's difficult for anyone else to see. Nio. Does Nio know?
Kenyatta around?
Nope.
Happy harvesting.
You two. You two, my friend. How about Subira?
I could use a sharp mind like yours.
Oh, that's so kind. I was hoping to use yours as well, but nope. So do I have to go to Kilima to talk to people? Let's go talk to the sisters.
Your company is always welcome.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you for respecting my time.
I mean, these are Kilima residents, but they're...
To uncovering the truth, don't let them tell you how to think.
I won't. Okay. Well, I guess we have to go to Kilima. We can't talk to these villagers here. Does that mean we have to wait until, say, the sisters are back in Kilima to ask them what they think? I want to know what Eloisa's got to say. She's so interesting. Coven? What coven? You see, I feel like this is much lighter than I had it before. Hold on. Graphics. I'm looking for gamma. Window? Where did they put gamma? I know it's a setting in here. I know it is, but I don't think it's in this menu. Where is it? Oh, is it on this menu here? No. It's right in front of me. I'm going too fast and I'm not seeing it. Okay. Window. Field of view. Oh, calibrate screen. It's right there. Okay. Oh, I didn't have it on 1, but I feel like I had it closer to like 4. Let's look at night. No. Evening. Morning? Oh, okay. Animate. Oh. Ooh, fancy. That's incredibly helpful. Okay, I like that. Okay. Confirm. Okay. All right. That feels a little better to me. Okay, hey, Sifu. Oh. I think I have a quest for her. Yeah. Okay, so I found a locket. And the locket has a picture of Sifu and Hacian in it. Inside the locket. When you open it up and look inside of it. I found it somewhere. I don't remember where I found it. It was when I was running around collecting essence. I found it somewhere. I forget. Anyway, so I can continue that quest here. She doesn't have any feedback on creature comforts. So I'm going to go ahead and turn in this, I'm going to give her the locket. I think this was Talen's. You're right. I gave this to her the day Hacian was born. She updated the picture inside every year. I was about to be really confused by that. She updated the picture inside every year. You find this in the Elderwood? Oh, in an Ogopu. That's right. It was in an Ogopu. There you go. You get the locket from an Ogopu. Yes, I found it inside an Ogopu. Gotta hand it to those Ogopu. Those slimy bastards will eat anything. I believe it. She painted the picture in that locket the day before she left. Almost like she knew she wasn't coming back. That's so sad. Gosh, some of the quests in this game, I tell you. When there was no body, I thought maybe she just ran away because of the shame. The shame? I used the fact that she painted that picture as a way to rationalize that to myself. After all, why would she need a new picture if she never expected to look at it again? But if she was just taking a long trip... Well, I guess it's good you found it, so I can finally put my delusions to rest. Oh, she gave me some food.
See you later.
Ask around to find what comforts the residents of Kilima. I mean, I'm trying to, but none of them have any feedback for me so far, actually. I've made it a new habit every time I run past the blacksmith Just go ahead and do it. Just do it, because you never know when you'll forget and something will break. Oh, okay, they're on my compass. Let's go talk to Joe. What did you mean by coven, Gumps? I'm not. Did I say something that I don't remember? Okay. Hey, Joe.
What brings you here?
I don't speak with Joe very much.
Company.
What do you find comforting? There is no comfort for an artist who is currently failing to fulfill his vision. Oh, jeeves. Every day I languish under the expectations I place upon myself. Yet to lighten them would be anathema to my very spirit. Wow. That said, sometimes I will go into my fabric stores and lie in a pool of silk until I feel capable of existing again. My goodness gracious. These villagers are so deep.
You were a pleasant break from my woes.
My goodness, Joe. I'm gonna refer him to my therapist. I love that they put these outfits on here. So cute. Okay, so we spoke with Jill, and it was a little disturbing. Poor guy. He sounds like a very tortured soul. Badru, what's up?
Isn't my best Spuddy.
Spuddy! You might be a big dill around these parts, but I bet I could teach you a thing or two about farming. I bet you could. What do you find comforting? Is he going to say something to do with music? Feeling down? But you live up on that hill. You're more up than all of us.
Shame.
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 Nice hat, right? Okay, enough joking. If humor won't cheer you up, well, there's nothing more comforting than Delilah's cooking, of course. Of course.
Random dad joke. Why are fish easy to weigh? Because they have their own scales.
Gold star. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. And the GIF is also really good. Gold star. Anyway, so all right, so Delilah's cooking is his answer. Between you and me, the secret's not so much in what she's making, but who's making it. Aww, it's so sweet. Say the word and I'll whip up a snack that's sure to cheer you up. Oh, I'm good. I'm just curious.
I'll see you around, unless I see you a square.
No, Badru. No. Ooh, Einar. Let's go talk to Einar. You were on the phone? No, don't be sorry. No worries. It is all good. I appreciate you for lurking while you do that. Let's go see what Einar has to say. It's probably going to have to do with a pebble. Some kind of stones. A collection of stones. Or maybe talking to Gil. I haven't gotten I haven't romanced Einar either, so I don't know more about him outside of his main friendship quest.
Let us engage in the act of luring in fish together.
What do you find comforting? I'm unsure what you mean by comforting. If you mean providing physical comfort, Galdr do not have skin. If you're inquiring as to what I engage in when in emotional distress, I have made Gil 517 privy to all of my greatest secrets. He is very trustworthy. If you are looking for some comfort, perhaps you can fish up a confidant as well. Okay, so I was right. I was right. It had to do with one of the gills. A gill. Let's see. Okay, so I need 4 silk. An elderwood pie. An umbron beta. And 3 elderwood lotus. Okay. I may have the beta already. I don't know if I've ever made one of the pies or if I even have the recipe. I know I have the silk and I know I have the lotus. The lotus, is it lotuses? Lotuses? Probably. It's probably lotuses. Wait. Wait. How do we... Where's the... Oh, there it is. It's been a minute since I've run around through here. I think it's lotuses. Speaking of lotuses, we just finished last night. Last night, we just finished White Lotus. We've been watching all of the seasons over the past couple weeks. And we just finished it last night. What a show. My goodness. It is the wildest one yet. I would It's wild, Gumps. It is wild. It was great. It was great. Okay. Gumps is wild, maybe. You just finished reading Sheet of Many Dragon. I recommend. Oh. I was actually going to start up a new conversation in the books channel because I feel like I need to try reading before I go to sleep or something. I need to improve my sleep. And I think because I look at my phone before I go to sleep, and I know we shouldn't do that. So I'm like, oh, what else can I do? Maybe I should try reading again. I feel like part of why I've struggled with reading has to do with ADHD. Maybe I'm gonna test the theory. To see if maybe over time I'm able to stay engaged and able to read and comprehend like I used to. So I struggle with reading, or have struggled with reading. I did years ago, and then I never started back up again. So I'm thinking about reading, and I have some. Whoa, that candy was 500. I thought they were 250. Oh well, it's fine. It was free. Anyway, so I'm thinking about starting up reading again, and I have some books, but none that are fiction that I haven't already read. So I want to start some new fiction. What is this? The spicy honey baked Muujin, $2.75. Oh, I came in here to figure out what's in an elderwood pie. Let's see. Is that gonna be no here? Elderwood pie? Nope. Elderwood pie. Sweet, I have all the ingredients. Oh, it's not a lot. Any red meat. Wheat, sprouts, flotato. Oh, so it's like a savory pie. Oh yeah, it even says it right here. A savory pie. Little Bumble's favorite. Oh, this is the pie that I did that took forever to do that quest to find the recipe for. Spriggan hat. I haven't seen you play FFO in quite a while, so I must redeem my favorite hat. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't made any streams or made any plans to stream Final Fantasy. I might. I'm not sure. Right now we're sticking with Palia and a little bit of ESO. This is nice to not have to deal with my headset. Maybe I'll just get used to these monitors. Okay, let's make this pie and hopefully I don't fail. Onion. Okay, so I don't know about anybody else, but I can't use the metronome. I swear it doesn't line up. I have to like stare at the little blue bars to get the chopping correct. The metronome doesn't work for me. It's totally off, I swear. Or maybe I'm just, I don't know, maybe it just doesn't work for me. Chopped potato. They look like very bright taro. Like a purple sweet potato, right? Okay. And pie dough. All it takes is wheat. Ooh, the sounds for that one are not as loud as they used to be. Oh, okay. Mix. Spice chopped meat. Okay. Oh, and then we cook them. Got it. Seared spice meat. Okay. Yeah. Great. Oh, what's this? Elderwood pie filling. Okay. Okay, perfect. That wasn't too hard. Normal quality. Come on. I did that perfectly. How much focus are in these? 400. Okay. That seems about right, considering the number of ingredients and steps. Fine. Okay, Umbron Beta. I might have one. Let's see. A wreath. A trellis. A mush lamp. A chandelier. Oh, I don't remember getting all of these. Those must have been quest rewards. Okay, I don't have the fish unless I put one in here. I have a star quality one in here. Ugh. I should probably try to get another one. I don't like using my star when I get a star quality, I like to hang on to it. Oh, I have 2 of these. I guess I don't need 2 of them. Shucks. Okay. 3 lotus and 4 silk. So I know I have those. Seven. Okay, perfect. 1, 2, 3. I said 4 silk, right? Silk. And I know I put a bunch. Oh, you know what? That reminds me. I need to go over to my crafting machines. If you ever get the chance, you can always mail the Spriggan hat to you and you can wear it all the time. You don't have to. No, I like wearing it. I like wearing it. And to be honest, it's Kira's. It's Kira's Spriggan hat. And it was his idea that I wear it on the stream, so. It's technically not mine. But it, you know. It is, but it isn't. Nope. Okay. I forgot to restart all these up. Okay. No, not 28. 18 is good, though. Will it hold 300? I hope so. Let's see. Ooh. Yeah, let's make more Palian bars. Okay. I always try to keep my machines going. Put these away. We'll put 10 of these away. Nope. That's too many. Shucks. Oh, heck. I clicked too fast. Okay. Look, I have so little essence now. I used all my essence for that quest. Hi, Bruce. Good to see you, my dear. Fun times. It's been close to 100 degrees before the 100 degrees here. Before the humidity adds another 10. I know. A few more days of it. Problem is anything over 80 tends to give you heat stroke. Oh no. Oh no. Hopefully you're staying cool, Laphonos. I'm really sorry to hear about that. Hi, Bruce. How are you? Does Kira ever wear the hat to work? He doesn't. Although I will be sure to suggest it. Been a lot better. You may handle cold better than heat. But both kick you in the tail. Oh no. You're like T.S. Altmer. Wait to fire, shock, and frost. Oh my gosh. I don't think I knew that about Altmer. I figure cold you can add more clothing. Heat, at best you can go no pants. And we do. No pants. No pants summer. Let's see. So I need to catch a bunch of fish. 6 float fish and 1 betta. And the Umbran beta is, I think, glowworms. I think it's glowworms. In the pond. Glowworm. Yeah. Okay, let's do it. I guess we can try for the beta first. Ooh, I got a message. Did I get my last drop? I think I finally finished my drops. Yes, I got my plush. I got my chatty plush. Perfect. Yay! Drops complete. So I can go for that beta fish right out here. Doing what you can to stay cool, wearing very little, sitting in front of 3 fans, 3 cups of fluid on your desk so you don't have to get up and refill every 10 minutes. That's really smart. Very smart. Stressed and tired. Oh no. And I know it's hot where you're at too. All y'all are just experiencing so much heat and you're not used to it like I am. You have Thai food and you're trying to relax and get ready for bed. Yummy Thai food. Speaking of Thai food, the 3rd season is located in Thailand. By the way, Gumps. It's located in Thailand. Nope. Nope. Glowworms. Are these beta only at a certain time of day? 6 p.m. to 3 a.m. Perfect. Let's catch some fish. Not bothered by the heat usually. Horrible baby about the cold though. Yeah, I'm the same way. Yeah, I'm exactly the same. I am also not bothered by the heat and do not like the cold. Oh. Oh no, I missed it. He sent me a video. Ooh, pineapple, bananas. He sent me a video of all the fruits. Oh, it's too fast. It's going too fast. It's going too fast. Pineapple. Bananas. Yeah, pineapple and bananas. Eek. I missed this message. South is usually spicy heat. Right, it is. So I see. If you can do Thai food, then you must laugh the heat off. Oh, that's not the right fish. That's not the right fish. Oh, and I forgot my attachment. Because fishing is just ridiculously hard now. It's a turnpike, and I don't want that. Let us equip. Oh, I don't... Oh, I do have one. But it's almost gone. Shucks. I totally forgot to get more.
Hey.
Hi, Mythalicious. Welcome in. Hello. Hello. Hi. I wonder if I'll get the buff from that other person over there. It's another turnpike. Why do I do this? Why am I like this? I don't need this. Fish. Yes, we do like the name. I agree with Bruce. We love it. Is that other person not... maybe I should go move over there by them so we can give each other buffs. I guess we're too far away. Oh no, there it is. Oh, that's the one, I think. Ah! I think that's the fish I need. Oh, heck. Whoa, whoa. Yeah. I got one. It only took me like 3 tries. Maybe I'll catch a couple more fish so that I can help this other person get their buff. You know, I feel like having the full fishing buff helps people get rare fish. Welcome to the cult. Feel free to pick up your robes and punch at the front desk. And just note, I would like to make sure that you understand that the robes are for lounging purposes. Or maybe cosplay or wizardry, perhaps. Okay? It's definitely not a cult. And it's lemonade. It's lemonade. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. No, it's not a cult. Mm-mm. Nope. Okay, that person has 3. It makes you sad you already get beat up by people almost 500 level. Oh no, wait a minute. Our Mew server is starting to lower in population. I bet there will be a server merge soon. Oh gosh, I forgot about Mew. Oh no, I forgot about Mew. Are you still playing Jazz? I think I said it so that you could become the new guild leader. Palia and Beta, buff times 4. Let's go. I wonder if we'll get 5 when he gets his next catch. There it is, number 5. Yay! I didn't need those fish, but I wanted to help this person max out their buff. Happy fishing, person. Again, denying that it is a cult over and over only makes you sound like a true cult leader. Any cult leader would deny it being a cult. Or maybe it isn't a cult and I'm telling the truth. Did you ever think of that, Laphonos? We're both still playing? Okay, you're both amazing. Okay. I hope that you've been able to at least enjoy some of the guild stuff. I know the rest of us probably haven't played it all. Gumps does all the heavy lifting. Gumps, are you the one doing the guild boss fights? I still have the game installed. I mean, I could still, as a matter of fact, I linked my account to Google, so I could still play if I wanted to, but you know, I'm only like level 2, whatever it was to get a gift sub. What was it for a gift sub? 248 or 249, I think is what I left at. Where am I going? Demare Dock. Mythalicious, welcome in again. Do you play Palia? It's great to meet you. Do you play Palia? Okay, it's still nighttime. We still have a couple hours. We might be able to catch this other fish we need. Well, I need 6 of them. 6 of them. And I need to switch to... Oh, regular worms. I already did it. Well, let's see what's in these bubbles here first. Let's see what's in here. Can I get that from here? Nah, I can't. I can't. Too close. Let's go over here. Over here. I think I can get it from here. Yeah. Notice you play ESO. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And we were actually just chatting about ESO earlier because Zeal of Zenithar is happening on Thursday. I think that's the fish I need. One of them. Is that you, Gigi Pond? Are you shooting arrows at me? Star quality. I don't need a star quality, but I got it. Yes, we do. We do play ESO. Also, playing guild will help us for gold convoys. Wait a second. I'm a little bit behind on the Mew chat. Let's see. Truth can change depending upon your point of view. I have issue. I take issue with that, Laphonos. I mean, some truths are facts, and facts are facts, friends. We still believe in facts around here. Let's see. We don't have to worry about high levels. The cap is 700, and we'll get there in our own time. Okay, great. Oh, you don't. Actually, I missed that, Mythalicious. You don't play Palia. So, Palia is, well, it claims to be an MMORPG. It's not a typical MMO, though. It is free to play. All of the content is accessible for free. The finance model for this game is skins and outfits and glamour stuff. So, and it's cross-platform on it's on Xbox and I think also PlayStation, right? It's on Switch, PC, standalone, and also Steam. Oops, too fast. I'm playing on PC standalone. I also have it on my Switch so that I play it when I travel. It's giving Disney Dreamlight. And you know what? A lot of people that play this game also play Disney Dreamlight. If I'm being honest. The ads are about to start. This is when I usually take my break. And I'm done with the Spriggan hat, so you know what? I might do that. I'm gonna catch this fish. And then I'm gonna take my break. I've got to run to the restroom really quick while the ads run. So we have 3 minutes of ads. I'm gonna go AFK and I'll be right back, okay? And then we'll finish our conversation. BRB. Hi, hello. I think the ads are over, yeah? Thank you. Thank you so much for the combos and the biddies. Thank you. Level 2 combo. I don't know a bunch about them. They're totally in beta. Yeah, I don't know a lot about the combos. You have PS5 and Switch. You probably downloaded on your Switch. Yeah, of course. Heck yeah. Okay, so you know what? I needed to take my break, but the downside to that is... I don't think I can catch any more of these, floatfish. I think that they're nighttime only. 3 a.m. Okay, you know what? That's okay. I can go and turn in the Nurture of Shadows. Apparently, I have everything I need. And then there's always time for essence farming, right? Thank you, Gumps. Thank you, Gumps, for the combo. The pup is... Oh, over here. Over here. Okay, so that's right. It's the pie and the flowers, the silk, and the fish. You place the items around the pup. Okay, wait and see. After a few moments, a little blob of echo rises from the Galder pup's chassis and swirls around you in excitement. Okay, okay. Wait, excitement? You realize that the echo is infecting you with its emotions, though it's subtle and easy to ignore if you'd like. Oh. Nice to meet you. I bumped my microphone. The echoing wiggles at you. Oh no, it's echoing. The echoing wiggles at you and brushes against your cheek. It feels like a warm hug. Oh, it's so precious. After a moment, the echoing drops back down into the pup's chassis. The eyes slowly light up with life again. It gives you a fond bark. Oh, okay. So something worked. Oh. Oh, discuss what happened with Tamal. Okay, but the pup is just gonna stay there? Oh, okay. See you later, little buddy. Where is it? What time is it? 4 a.m. She's here. Does she not go back to her house anymore? Oops. Oh, no, is she actually here, or is this directing us to go back to Bahari? She might actually be here. I'm not sure. I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I'm going the wrong way, but she is actually here. Oh, look at that. I'm not going to be able to catch it. I don't like hunting Muujin. I'm not skilled enough. It's the only downside to my trackball. I'm pretty sure it's making it hard for me to hunt and sometimes fish.
Stay a while and chat.
Okay. It looks like you have a new friend, darling. Such a shame we can't communicate with it properly. It seems like it wants to tell you something. Perhaps there's someone around here who might be able to translate. That Umbran boy you rescued seems to have quite an affinity for Flo and Echo. The way I see it, he owes you for freeing him. Something I had nothing to do with, I might add. Just in case you're still harboring doubts about my intentions. No, I'm not. Run along then and tell me if you discover anything interesting. Pet unlocked the Platinum Galder pup. The Nurture of Shadows. Oh, okay, so I have unlocked it, but we still need to ask Ulfe for help. Okay. See, there's another one of those Muujin, but I'm not going to be able to hunt. I'm not going to be able to get that Muujin. They're just too quick for me. I find the whole... Where even is Ulfe? Where is Ulfe? Do I have to go into the cave? Yes. I personally find hunting the creatures that can disappear, so like the Muujin and the Ogopu, I find them to be a little difficult. I really struggle with them. Not my favorite. Yeah. The fact that they can completely disappear, although I guess the Choppa can too. I still feel like they're a little easier to catch than the other two. I guess I can go to Deep Woods? Right? Isn't that where... Oh, no. No. Yes? Yes, it's over here. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that was the right call. Okay. It's this way? Kind of. It's this way. Okay. Here we go. I don't know if I struggle to catch them again because of my trackball, or if there's another reason why I'm just not able to hunt them. Not successfully. Well, shucks. I'm gonna be stuck. Ooh, okay. Let's go back up here. There we go. Eggs on the stove, got bacon. Yes, love to fry them up. Use the grease for diced potatoes. My dad used to do that too. Good stuff. Headed to bed. Good night, Bruce. I hope your food was yummy and that you have a good rest. It was wonderful to see you. We'll talk to you again soon.
You need more trees.
What was that? I don't think I heard what they said. As soon as you approach Ulfe, he tenses, eyes fixed on the Echo Pup following behind you. Oh, is it behind me? That danger. Oh. No, he's a friend. Ulfe looks at you suspiciously, but leans forward to give the pup a good sniff. He seems to accept whatever he smells because he relaxes. Why? I mean, I needed help and I helped it. Ulfe nods and crouches down to examine the pup closer. It does a very good roll and lets out a little mechanical boof. He closes his visible eye and places both hands on the pup. The air around you seems to thrum. There we go with that word again. What the heck does that even mean? What does that mean? I'm gonna look it up. To make a continuous rhythmic humming sound. A continuous rhythmic humming sound. Okay, well, we learned a new word today. The air around you seems to thrum and then turns to cloying. Ulfe stumbles back, coughing. The pup whines and nudges his leg with his metal head, radiating worry. Oh my gosh, are you okay? Need energy. Hurts. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Wait a second. Now this quest I already completed has showed up back on my quest log. Home and back again for the bean burger and the flotato fries with ketchup. I thought I already finished that quest. Is that a known bug? No. Oh, so he needs more food. While seeking Ulfe's help, you discover he is desperately hungry. Bring him some food and help him recover his energy. So we're doing this again. This is the same. This is the same as the main quest. Well, shucks. Okay. Fine. Ooh, we got some drop frames. I wonder when that happened. Oh no. Okay. Let's see. So I need to go back and cook. And I still need to catch those fish, but they're not available until 6 p.m., so it can wait. Where's the... Oh, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Oh, I also need to figure out where the... Oh, there it is. I need to figure out where the... rummage piles are before 9 o'clock, which is in 40 minutes. Before they reset. Ooh, let's go grab this flower. I probably should have used my... That's okay. That's fine. Oh, I'm not going to make it up there. Oh, I don't need to. Here we go. Okay, so back to cook. And then we'll catch fish at 6 o'clock. Can't forget. Now, if memory serves, the potato and bean burger are easy to make. Thank you for lurking. I appreciate you. Again, good to meet you. Let us know if you have any questions or anything. Let's put this away. Oh, and I have these fish. So do I have one of these? Star quality. I could just search for it. Midnight. I don't. So no, no, no. Not what I meant to do. Let's put one of these in there. Palian beta. What about these? Saber-tooth anchovy. I have one of these. Okay. Let's put this ancient koi in there. I don't know how common they are. And Palian beta. I think those are common. Okay. And I know you should cook fish before you sell it, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just gonna sell. Just gonna sell them. No, no, give me those float fish back. What am I doing? What am I doing? Well, it's a star quality. I got 2 of them, star quality. I'll keep 1 in storage. So I'll need to catch 5 more. Shouldn't be that difficult. Okay. Let's make the burger. Oh, it's probably prep. I think they're both prep now that I think about it. Yeah, there's the bean burger. It should have everything. I try to keep all my cooking ingredients pretty well stocked. We're going to need more vinegar soon. Okay. Oh, I have to go to the other one to prep. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's see. Okay. Success. I wish there was a way to... I could probably mute the game. That might work. To turn off the metronome because it throws me off every time. Tomatoes. Oh, there's a lot of steps in this one. Jeez. I wonder if this one has a good amount of focus. I don't think I've paid attention. Last time I did them for the quest. Okie dokie. Dough. Okay. Mashed beans. Oh, okay. It's like, what is that? It looks kind of like another type of dough. I think next we need to bake the bun. 14 seconds. I'll just wait. I'll wait. I don't want to burn it. Bahari mustard. Okay. Oh yeah, we have to make mustard and ketchup, which we cook, and mayonnaise. And then we turn it into burger sauce. Right? Farmer's cheese. I have to cook cheese. Of course I do. I forgot about all of this. I've only made this one once before. I'll need to remember to get more vinegar. What else? Oh, the bean patty. Sounds delicious. Nice. Okay, so we need to make the burger sauce. And then that's it. So now we just add the ingredients. Cheese, tomato, onion, bean patty, sauce, bun. That sounds great. Well, minus the onion. Oh, and Q. I did that perfectly. I demand a recount. Potato fries. Do I have enough vinegar? I do. Okay. Well, ketchup only takes one. I almost listened to the metronome that time. I gotta not do that. Oops. I looked away. I looked away. I had a couple seconds of lag and I was worried that I was disconnecting. Okay. Ketchup. Never actually made ketchup. Do you cook ketchup? Maybe. That might be how it's done. Fries. Ketchup. But that one is star quality, even though I made a mistake. It makes perfect sense. Bring the food to Ulfei to help recover his energy. Okay. So much questing. I love it. Gumps, did you figure out how long you need for your drop? Nope, I was wrong. We do have to renew our sprint. Okay. Look, okay. Just because I know that I don't think I'm going to be doing Palia again, unless you want to watch another stream, of course. I won't. I don't think if the Zeal of Zenithar has drops on Thursday, I'm going to stream ESO. Deep Woods. It is this way. Right on my compass, too. Wait. I should go this way. Right? It's up here? No, it's over here. Okay. Oh, yeah, this works. 66% of 6 hours. So you need 2 more hours. Yeah. The 3 hours was right in the beginning. You'd said it was 3 hours.
You made this?
66% complete, right? Go away, he said. Oh my goodness. Bro, we were just having a conversation. I brought you food again. This is the second time I've cooked and brought you food. Homemade food.
Ah.
Ulfe's eyes widen. He takes the burger and devours all of it. There's no attempt at table manners. That's fine. You feel better? You help think. The echo says, hello, I am love. I love you. Oh. You ask more. I can handle. Oh. Okay, how old are you? I don't know. I love you. Your name is Love? No name. Just Love. I love you too.
Ah.
I love you too. What happened to you? Got dark. No love left. No one left. Took nap in empty pup. Where did love go? Took nap in empty pup. Where did love go? I heard commands, but they weren't love. So I didn't listen. Then love came back. I love you. Okay. So maybe this is the pup's like previous owner, perhaps? I want to help. I love you. I carry your burdens with love. Okay. Oh, right. Make a pack. I carry it. I take it home. I come back. I love you. Yeah, that's right. So this is the free pet that's unlocking the courier functionality. Uwe shudders, looking drained. Need, eat more. No talking. Uwe picks up the pie and begins eating it with his hands. What pie? Veggies get everywhere, but he doesn't seem to mind. Is this the pie that we gave to the pup? You need to lurk a Palia stream while working? Gotcha. Oh yeah, because it's almost bedtime. The echo pup barks and looks up at you expectantly. It seems it's time for you to gather the ingredients it requested. What ingredients?
Bye.
I'm so confused by this quest. Alright, home and back again. Ogopu skin, musk skin, and silk thread. I think I have all of that. Thank goodness. Oh, shucks. Am I gonna make it? Not to that one, though. And the... There it is. There it is. Oh, I should probably use that bouncy shroom over there. It's fine. I made it most of the way up. Oh, shucks. You know I forgot it, Jazz. I'm sorry. Let me load it up. I knew there was something. When I started my stream, I was like, I'm forgetting something. I'm forgetting something. All right. You have a lot going on. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Okay, it should work now. I need to go home and check my stores for those items. And I need to fish at 6 o'clock. I won't forget. I won't forget. You're so sweet, Jazz. I appreciate you. Let's see. Ogopu skin. Oh, I forget how many. 2 muskin and 1 silk thread. Oh, I need to make muskin? I thought I made some. Shucks, I'm gonna have to make it. Oh, shucks. No, you. And it's busy making silk. If I cancel this, will I get the silk back? Yep. These. Let's make 10 of them. Okay. Let's try something. Well, first we can do the garden that I forgot about. So another new thing that was introduced in the most recent patch was a new quest. Another new quest. And I think that I can fish. It's an item that's fished. And I think I can fish it here in the pond. So I want to give it a try. I just wonder, I bet it's no bait at all to get it. So I can do that while the muskin is is being created, I guess. I really like that you can make it out of any mushroom. I guess I could have used some of my morel mushrooms or something. It's fine. Okay, so I'm gonna fish here for a few minutes. I think it's no bait. Did it work? Did the fish work? I wasn't paying attention. I probably should have just thrown this back, but I don't know if it's like something that I'm gonna see on my line, or if it's gonna come up with another fish. No, it's not working, is it? Oh, that's weird. So strange. Why is the fish not working? You know, I don't need my safe zone booster here. Oh, it broke anyway. All right. I caught it. I caught the fish. Well, it's just not working. Connect to Twitch. That's why. All right. It should work now. I'm stealing your fish instead. Nah. There we go. It logged me out. Perfect. Yay! Is fixed. It's now make Carrie fish. Make Carrie fish command. That's funny. We could do a command that's like fish with me so that we can get fishing buffs. Fish with me so we can get fishing buffs, right? Let's see, it should be Gumps and then... Oh. Ooh, I didn't know these. I didn't know you could get these from the, from your pond. Ooh. Oh, there we go. There's Gumps. And then Jazz. Oops. Ooh, a lobster. Nice. A nuggie. What about Jazz's fish? There we go. I'm starting to think that I cannot catch what I'm looking for in this pond. We've got got a little more time though. Just waiting for the muskin. Yay! I think it's going through all the fish that have been queued since I started my stream. I don't think I can catch what I'm looking for here. Gummy sharks. Or maybe I need a worm. Let's try with a, not a glowworm, with a worm. Gummy sharks. Yes. I really think that it's going through all of the fish requests that have happened throughout the entire stream. That's actually really great if it like remembers the queue like that. I don't need these fish. Okay, I'm looking for something specific. A rabbit fish? What the heck? Well, shucks. I think I might have to look up where I'm supposed to get the thing I'm looking for. Doesn't seem to be here. Or maybe I need a glowworm. There we go. Looks like the queue finally caught up with everyone. I'm happy to know that it works that way. Okay, let's try a glowworm. Oops. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Hi, welcome back. Oops. Oh my gosh. Scarlet koi? Have I caught that before? Maybe. Maybe I need a safe zone booster. Here's another one. Oh my gosh. Well, shoot. I might have to look this one up. Has it been 10 minutes? My muskin might be ready. Ooh, another one. There's still a ton of makeshift items that I haven't found yet, so hopefully I get some new ones. Oh my gosh, my merch store. I need to update it. I need to update it. Add some new stuff in there. Another scarlet koi. Is that the only fish you can catch with a glowworm in this pond? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Alright, I don't think I can get what I'm looking for here, so I'm just gonna have to look it up. Let's see. Oh no! 22 seconds! Let's take 100 of these out. We'll sell them. I'll sell them. I guess. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to already be using all 14,000 of these slots. Shucks. Why do I have all these silk threads? Oh, I took them out of the, that's right. So I need to put all but one back. I took them out of the, yeah, out of the crafter. That's right. That would be faster if I put them all in and then took one out. The silk thread. Okay. Let's see what I got in my waterlogged chest. Makeshift floor cabinet. I think that's a new one for me. Makeshift wall shelf. I've definitely gotten that one before, but that's okay. Let's take these two for the quest. Find someone to help you stitch the pack together. Well, my first thought is gel. Let's see. Makeshift floor cabinet. And makeshift wall shelf. Yeah, I do have one wall shelf there. What does the floor cabinet look like? This is a new one for me. Oh. Well, I mean, I think it'd be perfect right here if it fits. Something's in the way. I bet it's this shelf. Let me move this up a little bit. That's fine. No, it won't fit here. It's this one. Let's move this over a little bit. See if it'll fit now. Yeah, there we go. Nice. And then I got another makeshift shelf. Did I already place it? It's 6 p.m. already? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna put that there. I know it's silly, but I will move it later. Okay, so I've got the must skin that I need for my quest. Find someone to help you stitch the pack together. Like I said, I think of gel, but I also need to go fish. I need all the rest of these. Okay. Maybe I try to catch my fish first and then look for someone to help me stitch it together. Let's do that. Can you tell me about the Women's Guild? I'm new to Twitch and your channel is the first place I've seen it. Yeah, of course. So Twitch Women's Guild was initially founded almost 3 years ago, I think, and it was initially called the Twitch Women's Alliance. But it is now the Twitch Women's Guild. There are 4 guilds that are like official groups that are affiliated with Twitch. So there's a Women's Guild, a Black Guild, a Latin Guild, and a Pride Guild. So these are community member run spaces. They're Discord servers, but they're also stream teams, which is why you can see that on my page. So anytime you see someone in the Women's Guild or Pride Guild or Latin Guild, you'll know that they're a member of these groups. All of the members of the guilds are all approved by Twitch, and those of us in the team are partners. But anyway, so the spaces are set up to provide us with just a private space via the Discord server for us to have a community where we can share thoughts, ideas, collaborate, encourage, and help and uplift one another. It's also a place where there are sometimes opportunities offered, as the guilds are all include members of groups that have a much lower representation on Twitch, I think is the best way I can put it. Women and other underrepresented genders and populations are often at a disadvantage when it comes to having a space, especially in the gaming world. So the whole purpose of it is Twitch founded the guilds and introduced all of the, invited all of the members, and we have grown the guilds over the years to include streamers that can benefit from that kind of uplift and encouragement and collaboration and all of the things that it offers. So I'm a member of the Women's Guild and also the Pride Guild. A lot of members are members of multiple guilds. And I've been a Twitch Women's Guild member for almost 2 years now, right? 2 years? When did I get partnered? 2023. 2 years now. But the guilds are now also open up to affiliates. That started right after I joined, or right when I joined. So, yeah. Anyway, there's a little description down on my page. If you scroll down a little bit, there's like a Twitch Women's Guild image, and then below that is a description of the Women's Guild. There's another one on there for the Pride Guild, just to give you a little more information. But there's also more info about those on like some of the Twitch like help pages. So yeah, the current guild leaders are Meadow and Ash Said Hi. And Ash Said Hi is one of our ambassadors. I'm not sure if Meadow is an ambassador. They might be. Anyway, but yeah, it's been a really great community to be a part of. I've made a lot of friends and met a lot of people, and I've been able to join so many events. Currently, I'm part of the Legendary Women, which is a section on the front page. So every now and then you might see me up there, depending on how they order the page. But yeah, it's just a way to provide underrepresented populations with a boost or opportunities, or uplifting those populations. I came here to fish. I forgot what I was doing. Really cool. Love that. So can anyone join the Discord? No. The Discord is only open to members of the guilds. Yeah. If you're talking about the guild Discord. If you're talking about my Discord, yeah. But not the guild Discords. The guild Discords are open to members only, and it's kind of designed that way. That way it's a safe space for all of us. Yeah, no, of course. Hi, Tim Tor. Long time no see. And I know that's my fault. Hi. How are you? What do I need for these fish? Worms? I think it's regular worms. Yep. How's it going, friendo? I love that word. Good to see you. Ooh, yay, there's someone here for a boost. Let's go. Oh, this is the fish I need. Oh, and I forgot to get a safe zone booster. Oh, no. All right, that is the crown. This is so interesting because I usually wear this like on my headset, but since I'm not wearing my headset, it's just going to go directly on my head. You're well? You hope I am too? Yes. Yes, I am doing well. Thank you. Been a, It has been a time of discovery and yeah, just getting all my stuff together, you know what I mean? I go through that all the time, but hopefully I finally got some answers, and we'll be doing much better in the future. Am I catching all the fish? There's fishing in 76 now? Really? Yet another reason for me to try that game. I have it. Ooh, another one. Wow, I'm getting a lot of these today. Ooh, a quest? A runic sphere and a quest, explosions long past. Ooh, love that. Time of discovery, hopefully good things. Yes. So I finally went to an appropriate provider and I have received a diagnosis and some treatment That's hopefully going to help me. I have long felt as though I can relate to people with different types of neurodivergence, but I had never sought that, like, as a diagnosis. I honestly thought it was going to be really expensive, so I just didn't do it. It turns out my insurance covered it. My insurance totally covered it. Anyway, so I've learned a little bit about myself. I've started on some new medications. Oh no. Shucks, I didn't catch it. So I just started some new medications, and so I'm going through some adjustment right now. But hopefully things will improve for me. Like I really hope so, because I think that as much as I've been struggling with it, it's like it really gets in my way. It chips away at a lot of my ability to focus, my motivation, my self-confidence. And it's why when I don't stream, like that's usually why. So I have officially gotten a diagnosis. I have ADHD. And so hopefully I'll be seeing some improvement there. It takes a little time. It doesn't work overnight, but anyway. Let's eat these pies I made. 400 focus. 538. I can eat one more. All right, so I've got a max fishing buff. I really could use some more of these midnight float fish. Thank you, Tim Tor. Me too. Ooh, this isn't the fish I need, but I want to catch it. I don't know if I've caught this one before. Elaroo eel. Oh, I have. But I need a safe zone booster to catch the sharks. So I think if I hook another one of those, I'm just going to leave it. Nope. There's a... Oh, no, I don't need this either, but whatever. It's fine. Wife went through that too, so you've seen it firsthand. Great. Hopefully she was able to find, you know, what she needed. And so, yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I understand that sometimes it can be a bit of a process, and I'm here for it. I'm totally down for it. I'll do whatever I need to do. How many of those do I have now? 3. Understand how you feel. I've been through a lot the past 4 or 5 years. Glad you're getting what you need. Thank you. Thank you. You know, I kind of have too. Not for that long, but you know, 2024 was a real stinker for me. But 2025 has been pretty good. It's been pretty good. It's been good for her. Yay, Tim Tor. And I know that you're a very, very supportive person, so she's lucky there. And I can relate there too. You guys know Kira is also super supportive, so. He was actually really surprised when I told him. It's a good thing though. He doesn't like get it. He doesn't understand it personally, which is fine. I don't think he needs to, but it'll be useful for him to learn more about it, because he knows me better than I know myself. So I was telling him, like, it would be interesting to see what kind of changes you notice in me as I go through this process. You're lucky to have her. You're not always to live. You know, none of us really are, Tim Tor. We're human, and that's part of. And that's part of. Ooh. Wait a second. I just got a. Oh, I just caught the last one that I need. That's what it is. Really? Do I have 6 of those now? I do. Okay, I was like, what the heck is that? Okay, perfect. anyways, I was saying, Tim, that's what life is, being human, having a partner is. It's no one's going to be perfect. It's that acceptance, right? The acceptance and the truly being there to, for what that person needs. And yeah, I'm sure she doesn't mind. 29 now. Oh, 2020 was when it started. It hasn't been bad, but he has some losses. Oh no. That does sound like a whole lot, Myth. I'm glad to hear though that it sounds like, maybe things are coming around for you, and that's good. I think you'll find a lot of people maybe here feeling similarly. Maybe have gone through some tough stuff and are seeing some improvement. I know that's how I feel. So, I mean, that's really good. And I'm gonna say it. You're young. So, I'm sad that you had to go through that so young, but you've got, you've really got so much time. Right? So, I totally forgot what I was doing. Oh, this is what happens when I try to talk and play. Sometimes I make mistakes. I am also 29. Yep. So is Jazz. And Gumps. And Book Tart. Yeah, we all are. We're all 29. Oh, and a half. Yeah. There's Gel. Gel is the first person I thought of. Look, he's got the little quest marker over his head. Hey, Gel.
Your kind visage is always welcome.
Hey, can you help me sew a pack? Of course I can help you sew a pack. I would have to relinquish my scissors in shame if I couldn't. Oh, is it 9 o'clock already? Holy heck. Okay. Now, tell me more about your desires. What sort of thing must this pack say? Ooh. Spikes and flames. It's for a robot dog. I don't need it to talk. It's not for me. It's for a robot dog. You're 29 too. 27 times over. Oh gosh, Tim Tor. Time flies when fun is being had. Yeah. Anyway, I kind of lost my train of thought of what I was saying to you, Myth, but thank you for sharing. I'm glad that you felt comfortable doing so. And that's a really tough thing. I honestly haven't had to go through anything like that, so I can't relate to you. But I know that it can be really difficult, and that's amazing that you've come out of it and now you have a positive outlook. At least it sounds like you have a positive outlook, or you're striving for that, and that's really, really commendable. Because I haven't had to go through anything like that, and I can't imagine. Okay, let's see. He says, perhaps you should explain a little more. Okay, explaining. And here I have been wallowing in drabbery and an artist's block while you've been saving the forest. Oh, and no, it was nothing. Who's awesome? You are. Oh, but perhaps this is the perfect chance to snap out of it. Yes, an unconventional client to be sure, but challenges are what helps one grow. Exactly, Joe. That's what I was trying to say earlier about your youth. That's a great source of growth, I guess, if you want to find a silver lining in hardships, which I know is really hard to do. I know it's difficult. Anyway, yes. It's coming to me now. Please hold a moment. Okay. He whips out a sewing kit right there and begins feverishly working. He doesn't say a single word until he's done. Voila! It should fit your friend perfectly. Though a question struck me as I was working. What if you move around while your friend is off delivering your items? How will it know where to find you? I can provide the pack, but I'm afraid I have no other answers for you. It's interesting that we're going through this quest line and kind of discovering or learning how these pets are going to work, but we were able to use them before this happened. There's another ad break about to happen, by the way. Hi, Bubbles, darling. Good to see you. I hope you're feeling well today. Perhaps if the alchemist is amendable, she might have a solution. I really should be thanking you for bringing me this task. I can already feel the inspiration flowing through me. Oh, I have to get some paper. Wait, where did I put my quill?
You were pleasant.
Oh, you snoozed him. You were mid-conversation. Well, thank you. Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. I still have the crown on. Hi, Bubbles. How are you doing? Hi, Gigi Fawn. Welcome back. A few minutes left on my crown, and then I'll put the froggy hat. I was ready to do it. I was ready to go. Okay, so ask around about your discovery. Oh, that's right. We found... Okay, so I thought I found a waterlogged chest, but I actually found a runic sphere, a cracked spherical object covered in runes. All the flow has already been seeped out of it. What could it have been for? So the runic sphere, it was in a chest, or it looked like it was in a chest, but it wasn't. Apparently, there's no chest. I thought I got another waterlogged chest. Thank you, Gigi Pond. I appreciate you. My bangs they're doing a thing today. Anyway, you are blessed. They left you at home. Wow, it takes a toll on your mental health, especially when you don't have much support. You have a great husband. He was your only support, really. Even at that, happy chats now. Oh, no worries, no worries. It's okay. Like I said before, I think I do appreciate that also, but I think it's kind of a compliment to me that you would feel so comfortable. So no worries at all, dear. Let's see. Who? Oh, you know, Eloisa. Eloisa, is she in bed? She is. Okay. We're gonna go. Oh, it's this way. We're gonna go chat with her, even though she's asleep. We can still talk to her, which is a nice quality of life. It doesn't make sense, but I'll take it. Can I glide over there from here? I'm gonna land in the water, aren't I? I should just run across the bridge. Oh, thank you, Myth. That is really sweet. Thank you so much. Oh, that's so kind. She's sleeping. Leave her alone. I know. I just want to have just a quick question. Have a nice night to you, Lafonos. Good luck keeping cool. Oh, she's got a little bee. She's got a bee plush on her chair. There's no way that was there before. That's new. It's new. She has a little bee plush on her chair. It's so cute. Okay, is this her room?
I'd like to bounce some new theories your way.
What a joy to see you again. Oh, she doesn't have any theories about the rune? No. Okay. It's having me go talk to Ashura. All right. Okie dokie. Okay. I wonder why. To charge interest on the bacon next time. You do breakfast for dinner. You need to double the bacon. Nice. It's you know, a good plan for any time. Always double the bacon.
Can I trouble you for a moment?
I found a broken runestone, so Ashura has information. Thanks for the love, Gumps. Oh, it's bedtime for Gumps. Past midnight. Sleepy Gumps. Have a good night. Good night, Gumps. Good night. Sweet dreams. We'll chat with you soon. A runestone, huh? Mind if I take a look? No, please do. This. I recognize this. This is the shell of an Umbron explosive. As I'm sure you've learned, magic is highly regulated in the Palian Republic. Not so much in Umbra. Dream of bacon. He will. While the Republic army had strength in numbers, Umbra is full of caves, which made magical explosives an effective tactic against us. Oh. Thank you for bringing this to me. I don't think the Elderwood ever fully recovered from the war, but cleaning it up is the first step. If you don't mind, I'll be taking that from you. Don't think it's dangerous anymore, but I have an idea on how we can move forward. Oh, okay.
You gave me some things to think on.
Yeah. Wait for more info. Oh, is he going to send me a letter or something maybe? Oh, and I need to go and get some vinegar while I'm here. Meow, meow, meow. One at a time. You buy vinegar one at a time. One vinegar at a time. It would be nice to be able to buy 20 or 10 or 5. Okay. Thanks again for the queen, the slate queen. It used to be Queen Mox. I'm going to go ahead with the froggy hat bubbles. There we go. All right. Craft the lantern. I'm going to go to my plot. I got the plush drop and I want to check it out. I found those fish super fast. Still haven't found the one thing that I'm looking for. I'm going to need to Google it. Or maybe I can check the, Gosh, I could have swore. So what I'm looking for is the grubby ducky. And I could have swore you could get the grubby ducky from the pond on your plot. So let's see. This plush. Should I put it upstairs with the rest of them? Yeah. My attic is starting to get full. Maybe I will put it here. Maybe I'll put it down here somewhere. We'll see if it would fit on... Can I put it on this? Oh, it's so cute. It's so cute. Something's in the way. Adorable. So this is the Twitch drop. The chatty plush. It's adorable. There we go. Can we get a close look at it? It's so cute. I'm not familiar with the game that it came from. I know there's a story there, but there it is. It's cute. Love it. Adorable. It suits the game well. Okay. Do I wait until 6? Let me go check the, Oh. Oh, I forgot. Ah, shucks. I forgot to find the, I forgot to get the heckin' rubbish piles before the reset, the daily reset. Everything just reset like 10 minutes ago. I even said earlier, oh, I gotta get these before I forget, and I forgot. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Well, heck. What can I put in here? The seeds, the vinegars. I'm going to sell the rest of these fish, but not these fish, because I need them. Let's see. Let's eat this. $2.75. It's not a lot of focus. What about the burgers? $800. Oh, $800. I wonder how much those are. Star quality. I think that's the same as these. The veggie chili, I think, are also $800 normal quality. Those might be another good one, depending on which one has fewer ingredients. These might be good focus food to make. $4.50 on those at star quality. Yeah, I can eat one of these. There we go. All right. Let's go back and make the lantern, and probably we'll be able to speak with Tamala at the same time. No, that's the wrong spot. Oh, heck. It's fine. Okay. Elderwood. With them all being called Central Stables, I need to not click so fast. You know what? I know the ads just ran, but you know those new meds that I was talking about earlier? I need to go grab a snack or something and take one. I totally forgot about it. I haven't set my schedule for it correctly yet. I'm so sorry. Let me go grab something really quick to snack on so that I can take this pill. I'll be right back. I totally forgot. Ugh. I gotta quit rolling over this. Hello. This cord for these monitors, they're really giving me a hard time. See, and there's a letter. I knew it. I knew he was going to send a letter. Where did it go? Oh, okay. I got a protein shake. Because the reason I forgot to take that pill is because I've been taking it with my dinner. But I didn't eat dinner. I didn't eat any dinner. It's not something that I'll be able to sustain I'm gonna have to make sure I eat something. Take my pill. Oh no, Jazz, you caught a junk tire. Okay. All right. So many quests this time. I wasn't expecting it. I love it though. Okay, so I'm here to craft the guiding lantern, which I can do over here. Oh, and the hydrate. Thank you again for the hydrate. Okay, perfect. All right, so I'm gonna keep wearing the frog hat because I took a break. Extra time for the frog hat for Bubbles. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Wait for more info, I think is the letter that I got. Oh, ask Tamala for solutions. All right. Hello, hello raiders. Hello, Miss Tracy. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi everyone. Hello, welcome. Excuse me, I just took a drink of my protein shake and it gave me a frog in my throat. Speaking of frog, hi, welcome. Hello, my name is Carrie. I am an MMORPG variety streamer. There's a little bit of information about me over here. I mostly play Palia and ESO. Every now and then I might play Final Fantasy 14 or Guild Wars 2. And there's my schedule and all the other infos about me. Hi, hello, great to meet you. Welcome, welcome in everybody. Miss Tracy, thank you very much for the amazing raid. I appreciate you. Miss Tracy's Misfits. I love it. Hi, McFrick. Welcome in. Hey, Black Dragon Matt. Good to meet you. Captain Shack. Oh, I love it. Captain Shack Sparrow. Love it. Welcome in. Hi. Hey, Miss Tracy. Hide the cookies and booze, right? Well, you won't find any booze here, but definitely cookies. Thank you so much for the shout out. Hi. Whenever I meet someone new, I always ask, what else do you play? And you got that. Do you have any pets? I do. I do. I have 3 cats. And, you know, I really feel like I should prepare. I feel like I should prepare better for this type of thing. I mean, I really do. So I do. I have 3 cats. And I'm going to show them to you. So I have my longtime boy, Mr. Hobbs, and he is a 15-year-old. He is a 15-year-old red Siberian. This is Mr. Hobbs. In the sunlight, he's stunning. And then I have a Himalayan, and he loves to sleep on his back all the time. And he's a little chonky boy, but he also likes to sploot. This is Mochi. We sometimes call him Vladimir Splutin. He's a Himalayan. And then I have Cooper, who is a short hair. He's a brown tabby. That's Cooper. Those are my kitties. Those are the pets we have. Hi. Kitties, you have Doggo, Ozzy Posborn. Love it. The Prince of Barkness. This is him. I love it. I've seen your emotes before. No, I've seen your emotes before, Ms. Tracy. I feel like you've rated the channel before. I recognize your emotes. Cooper is a butt. He is. Yeah, Cooper is a butt. He is a handsome butt. He's definitely a butt. You do recognize me. Yeah, I remember now. I'm a little out of it. I haven't been able to stream as much as I would like. Over the past few months, but you know what? We're doing our best and we're here today. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. And again, thank you for the raid. So let's see. You were playing Palia as well. How did it go? Today, I logged in fully intending to do a couple of quests. But in the course of doing those quests, I have discovered or unlocked or unwittingly just walked into additional quests. I was fishing and I got a couple extra quests. And the one quest that I wanted to do that I've been looking for, I've been looking for the grubby ducky. I can't find it. I don't know where to find the grubby ducky. Don't tell me though. I'm gonna keep looking. It was good you did a poke bowl cooking party and some group hunting. Poke bowl? How much focus is in the poke bowl? I'm trying to figure out like what my new focus food is gonna be, and I've been using the veggie chili because it's 1012 focus, which I think that's pretty good. Excuse me. Hi, Sengonomiya. Hello, welcome in. Good to meet you. Admo, your cat is Tommy Senna Bateman, von Purrington the First, and we call her Tommy or Thomasina. So I guess the only cat that we have that we like really, well, two of them. Cooper is always just Cooper or Coop. Hobbs, we call him Mr. Hobbs. And we went to a Japanese event here once, and before I could read katakana, we had requested to have his name written in katakana. And I didn't know at the time that it wasn't exactly Hobbs. Now that I can read it, I know that it says Hobbity, which is like Hubble instead of Hobbs. But so sometimes we call him Hobbity because of what she wrote. And then Mochi, sometimes we call him Chonky boy, the chonker. He a chonky floof. He a floofy chonk. But he is the sweetest, most precious boy. He is, well, Hobbs is a really sweet boy too, but Mochi is a gift to humanity. He loves to lay on his back. He always sleeps on his back. He's always just like laying there being a cutie. He falls asleep with like his paws up in the air. All four of his paws will be like up in the air. Or like he'll be like spread out. He's so funny. But he's also really super sweet. He's a really sweet cat. He will cuddle. He likes to sit, just hang out, and he's got a sweet little meow.
Back for remedies?
Start is $7.87, but it's more if you use better fish. It's expensive. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, so for me with focus food, I try to... Before Elderwood, I used to always make rice cake stir fry. And it was like $7.50-ish. And I don't think I ever acquired another recipe that would get me in between 70 but under, or excuse me, 750 but under 1,000. I don't really see the point of making food that's like 1,200 focus when our max focus is 1,000, right? So I'm loving these new recipes because it seems like that one and possibly also the bean burger. Sorry. When I say that one, I mean veggie chili. Veggie chili and bean burger might be good ones because the bean burger is 800 normal quality. I'm thinking it might be pretty close to 1,000 at star quality. I'm not sure. I haven't star quality'd that one yet. But anyway. Going to bed, enjoyed it. Nice meeting you. It was great to meet you as well. Delicious. Have a wonderful rest, and hopefully we'll talk to you again soon. I think we're going to do ESO on Thursday, especially if there are drops because of Zeal of Zenithar. You had asked about ESO earlier, so I think that's what we're going to do next stream. Anyway, hopefully we'll see you then. Take care. Rest well, rest well. Okay, so I came out here to find Tamala. Let's see. 24 minutes to the froggy hat. Thank you, Bubbles. Oh no, it's stuck on the Velcro. Oh no! Okay. All right, so this is the follow-up on the pet quest, I believe. I think. Excuse me. Need something else? Well, I suppose no rest for the wicked. We're gonna catch her up on the whole saga. Oh, we made the backpack. The pack. Gel sewed the pack for the pup. We have no idea what this echoling is still capable of. Perhaps it has a way to track you down already. Oh, that's right. That's right. Jill was saying. So it's like we're learning about how the courier pets work after they've already been introduced into the game, which is fine. I feel like it was added because originally the courier pet and functionality were paid, and I didn't provide any feedback on that, but I'm sure a lot of the Palia community provided feedback on that. That would be the first time that they introduced a functionality or a piece of content that was behind a payment, which I think goes against their financing model. So I'm not surprised that they did come out with the pet and the quest. I appreciate that they added the story in. Anyway, a way for it to track you down already. Still, I suppose there's no harm in being sure. In fact, based on what the little spirit said, it is an echo of love. Through my studies on this energy, I found that every echo has a dominant emotion. Okay, good to know. Most of them are simple. Anger, sadness. The more complex the form, the more complex the emotion. And love is the most complex feeling of all, isn't it? There are all types of love. Selfish, self-sacrificing, familial, platonic. It occurred to me that the reason this echoing would not wake up is that it was simply starved of love. Oh. Sad. Precious. So if we create a charm that allows it to always feel where you are, it may help that love keep from turning toxic. A little bit of affection goes a long way. Here, your final list of ingredients. Another list of ingredients. This is fine. I feel like this one's going to be like a maw. I've still not caught one. And some other elderflowers. Right? 3,000 more essence. Better look and deal with your... Okay. All right, Miss Tracy. Thank you again so much for the raid. It was lovely to see you again. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Again, I really appreciate you. I'm going to pop another shout out into the chat. If you didn't get a chance, if you're not already following Ms. Tracy. Is the heart going to pop up? Are we going to get a follow? Oh, maybe it's still on cooldown. You can use that link to follow them. Oh, I see your pronouns. Follow Ms. Tracy. Follow her. Let's see. All right. I do hope you still intend to spend time with me after I've stopped being useful, darling. And I haven't started flirting with her yet. Good night. Good night. Okay, so let's see. Pumpkin stew, Ogopu scale, Shmuel spore, black pearl. There it is. There it is, the black pearl. That's what it is. It's the black pearl. I have the Ogopu scale. I have a Shmuel spore. I don't even know if I have the recipe for pumpkin stew. I'm going to look this one up, friends. Pumpkin stew. Obtain the recipe. Oh, the Cooking Guild store. Perfect. So I just need to go buy it. Okay. The black pearl. Ooh wee. That's the I have to do it. I'm actually kind of low on Pallium. I don't have any pumpkins though. Rockhopper pumpkin. How do we obtain the seeds? Rockhopper pumpkin seed can be purchased from the potion store for 500 essence. Oh no. Oh, I have enough. Barely enough. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oops. Nope, not this way. This way. Well, I am certain I don't have very many of the clams. Right there. The ones from Elderwood. I don't know what they're called. I know I don't have that many of them. I know I don't. So I'm going to have to run around and find those. I'm guessing the bog might be the best place, or... Oh, shucks. Did I make a wrong turn? I did. Or maybe over by the dock? I don't know the best place to look for them. I haven't really tried, so let's see. First, the essence store. It's this one, right? Yes. Rock hopper pumpkin seed. 9 days to harvest. Oh, shucks. I should have done this sooner. You know what? That's okay. I wonder how many it yields. How many times you can harvest it. And my plots, all of my plots are full right now. What does this take? I don't know how many slots it takes. I'm guessing more than one. I can go and try to pick up the cotton and see if it'll... Is it just a one slot? I'm not really sure. Okay, let's go see. I have no idea. Okay. I think this is fine. I've got plenty of things I still need to work on in the game. Excuse me. Let's see. Okay, peppers might be done. No, we still got another round on the peppers. All right. Well, let's go ahead and pick the cotton. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. How many slots does this pumpkin take? Multiple. It's more than one. Garden not empty. Okay, so it must be what, like a 2x2? Well, the good thing about that is, I think that will mean that it will have multiple, harvests, which is good because then we can make some more seeds. Oh, shucks. Bad news is I don't know when's the next time I'm going to be able to grow them. These peppers should be getting close. I think I might get one more out of them. I haven't been keeping track, so I'm surprised that there's any more peppers left. I'm surprised that they're not completely done. So I feel like I've been harvesting them for a while. Well, okay. Well, I'll put my seed away. We will... Oh, look, I got an amethyst. Okay. So, I'll plant another cotton, I guess. Oh, wait. Get the seed. In the middle until we get another free spot open from these peppers. It won't be much longer. I really feel like my peppers are going to be done. What is it? 3 days? 3 more days, they'll be done. And then I'll be able to switch to grow the pumpkin. Oh yeah, that's right. So the mail from Explosions Long Past, I'm guessing that's what this is. No, it's a Zeki's coin. Oh no, I did get a mail from Ashura. Okay. There's a coin. Dear Carrie, thanks for picking up that old shell in the Elderwood. You know, it just doesn't sit right with me, having these old things laying around now that people are trying to live in peace. I think I found a solution for that, though. So stop by whenever you've got the time. Interesting. All right. I mean, he did say that he didn't think it was harmful anymore, right? But okay, whatever. Let's see. This one is $2.50. I think I can eat that. Yeah, perfect. All right. So no chance of growing the pumpkins anytime soon. It's going to be a while on that one. However, it is also probably going to take me a while to find the Black Pearl. What time is it? 3 p.m. Where's Ashura right now? Is he doing push-ups? I try to remember their schedules, you know. What you working on? Hey, Bubbles. Just doing quests. I just finished the quest to make the guide, Where are the relics when you don't have them equipped? Are they just magically elsewhere? This guy, the guiding lantern. So I just finished the quest to do the guiding lantern. I am... this explosion's long past is a quest that I found while fishing. The adventure on the horizon is another quest that I accidentally made some progress on when I was playing offline. But yeah, mostly just doing quests. I know I have some relics that I can upgrade because I finished my artifacts. And I bought the rest of the recipes that I need. Thank you for the follow. There's a Shura. Oh my gosh, what a time to interrupt you. Now, before you get to this very important thing, let's chat. I got your letter about the runestone. Good to see you're interested in what I've come up with. You know, it weighs on me a little every day. No matter how deeply buried, we still dig up terrible pieces of the past. You gotta be careful when you're questing with Ashura. I mean, some of his quests are so dark. But maybe the solution isn't to bury them deeper. Instead, what if we change them? Repurpose them for something good that actually sounds great. I thought so too. I just needed a bit to think on what we could do with a spent grenade. I think that's the end of the sentence. What are you working on, Bubbles? It took some doing, but I actually repurposed it into a candle holder. The magic inside should keep the light from going out. Oh, that's so precious. It feels good to transform a thing of violence into a thing of beauty. It does. Oh, and he repeated himself, but that's okay. Oh, he gave me a votive candle. Oh, precious.
Forward to our next stop.
So that was a pretty short little quest from an item that you get while you're fishing. I wasn't expecting it. I have not gotten the item that I've been looking for from fishing. Ooh, garlic. That's fine. Okay. So what are these other quests? I'm a little confused. You have a key. Now you have to find a lock. If you're unsure where to find it, double check the clue you found in your quest pouch. Okay, so I found a key. This is one of the new quests that were introduced with the most recent patch. And you find the key. I found it from a rock hopper. I was trying to catch it because it was infected and I needed essence. But I also was able to, I also acquired this key. Quest pouch. Key with earth symbol? No, I think that's something else. All these old items from like broken quests. A letter from Erwin? What is this? No, I read that. What are they? I don't think this is the... Before this is through, you'll prove what you're worth. Next, find the best view of my ship meeting Earth. That's inside the cave, right? I thought that was a different quest. Maybe not. Oh, debating if I want to fish for moths or a big rainbow fish or a mushroom plushie. How do you fish for big rainbow fish? Because I keep seeing people on Reddit, they posting pictures. They have all these giant rainbow fish plushies. And I got one from the, what is it, a login reward or the quest or something? How are people finding more? Okay, so I guess I'll go back. I'm going the wrong way. I'll go back and I will go back into the cave for the adventure on the horizon, because I feel like this key, I think the quest objective is in there. Fisherman Lagoon, no bait. Fisherman Lagoon? Is that inside the cave? What's the Fisherman Lagoon? What is that? Where is it? Hey D-Rex, just normal fishing. You don't have a standard fishing pole yet, outside the main town. Oh. Really? So it's just a random drop just from like doing any fishing? Welcome in, by the way. Good to meet you. You don't have the standard fishing pole yet. Oh, so it sounds like you're a new player. Working on upgrading your tools. Where Einar is. Oh, that's the, yes. That is the lagoon. I knew that. Very new, and you got one regular fishing. Nice. Yeah, I got one. They gave one to us from either a quest or a login reward or something. We all got a big rainbow plush and a big Magi plush. But yeah, like I said, I've seen people posting on Reddit. They have like tons of them all over their yard. Let's see. So this quest I kind of... Well, see, that's the thing. Like the adventure on the horizon and the lock and key, I double check the clue you found in your quest pouch, and so I think that's this. And I think it's in the same location as the Adventure on the Horizon quest. So let's go there. Welcome to Palia Life. Agreed with Bubbles. Yes, welcome. So I've been playing Palia since the closed beta. Not 100% consistently, but a lot. A lot. I've played it a lot. I've played most of the updates as they came out. I only missed a couple of them. See, these are the clam mushrooms. I believe that's where we get the black pearls. No, I'm not messing with you. It's been an adjustment. Oh, really? Well, please let us know if you have questions. I already told you how long I've been playing Palia. I played a ton of other MMORPGs, like a lot of them. So, I'm guessing. Oh, what do you mean by the adjustment? Like, how's it going? Do you need help with something? Spoiler, there's the hidden cave. Okay, so this one says, and look, here's the... Requires an item. Key with an air symbol. Okay, alright. So... I know about the view that is being described. Can I get up there? I know where that view is. It's in here. Somewhere. Is this the exit? Yeah, that's the exit. Okay. There's nothing there, so I have to go down here. No problem. Your gaming experience is fairly new, like mainly Animal Crossing on Switch and What's Human on PC. I played Animal Crossing on Switch. I haven't played it in a long time, but I got a Switch for my birthday in 2020. 2021. 2020 maybe. Anyway, and I'd heard about Animal Crossing, and like as soon as I got the Switch for my birthday, like I immediately bought Animal Crossing, and so there's the ship meeting the Earth. Is it up there? But yeah, I love that game. Great game. It's been a minute since I played though. I have not tried Wants Human, but I have a friend that plays it, and she streamed it, and I got to check it out a little bit by checking out one of her streams. It's a little scary, right? So, I mean, is this the view? Yeah, there it is. That's got to be it. It looks like an earth symbol to me. You're getting close and the flames burn in higher, so follow the light and look under the fire. Oh. Oh, I must have picked it up when I meant to loot the pallium. Okay. It's in here somewhere. The fire. I don't know if I've seen that one yet. It's like Animal Crossing meets Stardew Valley with Stranger Things monsters. Are you talking about Palia? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, kind of. About the monsters. Oh, is this the fire? Yeah, there it is. It's right there. Here's the final clue, so enjoy the ride. The treasure's hidden at the top of the slide. Yeah, that's the one that we see when we first come in. And it's like right here, right? Perfect. Oh, once human. You're right. Once human. Yes, it is actually. You haven't touched Stardew, but still learning and understanding the different gaming communities. Stardew is another game that I have played a ton. It's one of the two, Animal Crossing and Stardew, are the two games that I played that were not MMOs, that I really spent a lot of time playing. I've played so much Stardew. I played a ton on my PC. I played a ton on my Switch. Love Stardew. I've got like 5 or 6 different save files. Love Stardew. I have not played though since the new update 1.6. I haven't played it at all. So I've seen a couple spoilers on Reddit, but it's fine. Okay, so the following is engraved on the statue's base. You think you found Prismbeard's mighty hoard? If you think it easy, you're not a sharp sword. But take solace, those who seek me treasure. I have left you a companion for stormy weather. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I know that there's another quest in here where I need to go through the door, and this is the one that I started accidentally. I came in here by mistake and it started the cutscene for the quest, so I kind of got started by mistake. Okay. You just looked it up, so I will not touch Stardew due to the top view and pixel graphic. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it does always stay the same. Oh no, a puzzle. I'm not good at these. See, I tried solving it already, but I kept messing up. That's when I came to tell you about the cave. Hurry up and solve it. I bet it's hiding treasure. I'd offer to help, but I'm terrible at these things. Yeah, me too. I'm actually pretty bad at these also. That's okay. It's not for everyone, Bubbles. Oh gosh, I'm so bad at these. And it's got to look like Prismbeard. Oh man. That's why you couldn't get into Stardew either? Oh, I see. I was okay with it. I was fine with both of those things. So let's see. This is where it needs to be. This is where it needs to be. This goes here. Where's the other corner? This corner goes all the way over there. No, this corner goes here. Where's this corner? There isn't one for this corner. So that's going to be the empty space. Where's this other piece? This one. Shucks. Which way did I pull those from? This way? I need to get this here. So let's see. That there, and then I need to get this back over here. So let's see. I'm probably making this harder on myself. Let's see. This one, this one, this one, this one. No. Let me reset it. Let me start over. Okay, let me try that again. Let's see. I believe that most of these are in place. I think these 6 are in place. So that would mean these are all in place. Right? No, this one doesn't make sense here. This one's not in place. But these 2, these 4, these 8, all, I feel like these are all in place. This one goes here. And I think this one goes underneath it. Like this. And this one goes here. What does this look like here? Yeah, that could be where that one goes. So those are all in the correct order. Well, let's see. What? See, now these 2 are swapped. It should be the other way around. How can I move them? I mean, like I said, I feel like this one up here, this is going to be the blank spot. And these 2 are swapped. And these 2 are probably swapped. Oh, I'm so bad at this. Oh, no, no, let me start it over again. You went on this whole rabbit hole of what I don't like and what is needed for me. Somehow your first MMO open world map was ESO. You found out you had years of catching up. So, and when was that though, Bubbles? Because I've talked a little bit about that in the past. Because I started playing ESO, it's been 4 years now. And the game's 10 years old. Almost, what, 11 years old now? Almost? Should be 11 this year, right? So, I feel you there. Like, I'm super behind. But am I? I'm mostly just on my own timeline. Right? There we go. So, how do we switch these 2? We gotta swap these 2. I got there. I got there. I just needed to slow down a little bit. I can't believe I did it. Let's go. Ooh, pirate map. Ooh. We know where that is. We can find that spot easy. Okay. Just inside and immediately go north. Okay. Okay. Thanks for streaming. Have a good night. Catch you next time, Tim Tor. I hope you have a great rest of your night. It was lovely to chat with you, and thank you for sharing today. Sleep well. Okay. I'm probably gonna have to end soon. Actually, I'm starting to get a headache.
I didn't scare you. Huh?
So the treasure chest didn't have treasure in it? Nope. It had a map though. It had something even better. A treasure map. Gimme, gimme. Sure. Yay, you're the best. I'm gonna show him the map. This confirms it. I had my suspicions after you solved the slidey puzzle thing. But now there's a treasure map? It has to be Prism Beard. Prism what? Night, Tim Tor. Prism Beard. Don't tell me you don't know who he is. Now that you mention it, the name does ring a bell. Oh yeah, he's that dude with a beard. That's a prism, right? Sounds like something I would say. Ugh, so you don't know who he is. Figures. Prism Beard was only the most legendary Grimalkin pirate to ever exist. He and his crew sailed across the sea, finding treasure, exploring ancient temples and dungeons, defeating monsters, and stealing from all sorts of rich bad guys. Of all the treasure in the world, Prism Beard is said to be the most valuable of all. Sounds like a cool dude. Only the coolest dude to sail the seas. I mean, of course, he's a Grimalkin. Oh my gosh, I keep dropping frames. Great. This is fine. Legends say his lost treasure is worth more than the coins in the Republic's treasury combined. But even the most experienced of treasure hunters were never able to find it. Nobody's even seen it before, or at least never lived to tell the tale. I think I've already seen clues about this, like, around Elderwood. Like, there's a bunch of places where there's, like, Prism Beard is, like that same symbol is like, on the wall.
What?
I don't get it. So, does his treasure exist or not? Nobody really knows, but the idea of something that valuable was enough to make literally everyone and their plumehounds search far and wide. And we might have just found the map leading to Prism Beard's lost treasure. Honestly, I doubt that. Even if this isn't the map to the treasure, it's at least a map to some sort of treasure. I'm willing to bet that it's the one of legends. How many legends are there? Good question. Hundreds. Prism Beard is the most legendary pirate because he has the most legends. Duh. Oh, Nayo. So all we need to do is find where X marks the spot, right? Yeah, you've got a map of the Elderwood, right? We should match it up with Prism Beards and see what's there. If you find something, just give us a holler. Okie dokie.
Promise you'll come back?
Okie dokie. Okay, find where X marks the spot. It's pretty close. Hidden cave. I think I've got to climb back up though. Yeah, that's okay. You gotta wonder what kind of fish are in here. There's all kinds of stuff in this cave. Bugs and fish. No Ogopu though. Essence. There is ore. All kinds of stuff in here. Oh, wait. Wait. Shucks. No map. I don't think I need to go this far. Do I? Wait, where's the exit? Oh, I'm lost. I'm lost. Wait, is this where we slid down the chute? No, maybe I do need to go this way. Okay. I'm sure I'll find it. So I'm thinking one of the, I guess paintings or whatever, the Prism Beard images that have appeared throughout Elderwood, I think there's one inside that cave that I remember seeing. Oh, no, this is it. Okay, perfect. Thankfully, this first one's pretty close. Oh, no. No, 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 no. I don't want anything to do with you. Okay. Well, let's see. I honestly, it is 10 o'clock. I should probably get going. Sorry to make it seem like I decided that last minute, but I did say a few minutes ago that I was starting to get a headache, and I am. And I think before I start getting too far into this quest, or much further into this quest, I think I should go ahead and wrap it up. Because this is the end of my stream time anyway. This is when I would normally finish. Even though I'm not going to the office tomorrow, because I have a doctor's appointment. I don't think I'll stay up late. Anyway, hey, thank you for the follow. I had a lot of fun in Palia today. So many questies, like lots and lots. And I got to chat with a lot of you again. I really appreciate that you were here, considering I've been off for a couple weeks. Great to see you. The next stream is going to be Thursday. I always like to try to start early, and I might be able to because I'll be home. It'll just depend on whenever I finish my workout. Anyway, Thursday, I'm thinking I might do ESO on Thursday for Zeal of Zenithar, if there are drops. If there are not drops, we'll definitely do Palia. And then Palia is scheduled for Sunday. So next stream will be Thursday. I start at 6 p.m. and that's Pacific time. And yeah, probably ESO. I'm going to say probably, because I don't know why they wouldn't have drops for Zeal of Zenithar. Know what I mean? They usually do. So let me get everything shut down here. But anyway, like I said, I've had a really nice time today. Thanks to everyone to come and chat and hang out. I really appreciate you mods for being here. Let's do a raid. Let's see if we can find a friend or make a new friend. Who do we know? That's the person that we... Oh. So the person that we raided last time I streamed ESO is playing Palia. Let's see. I know a few people here. Just looking for a friendo to raid. I don't know this person. Oh, let me check their stream. Let's see. Perfect. Let me see if they have follower chat on. They don't. Okay, perfect. Let's make a new friend. I don't know this person. I feel like they might have just started their stream not long ago, so they could probably or would probably appreciate a raid. It's good to see you too, Jazz. Thank you so much for hanging out. You too, Bubbles. Thanks again, Gigi Pond, for helping earlier with the with the ads. Some information for y'all. Social links are up to date. This stupid thing. And if you'd like to join our Discord, the link is in the chat as well. No pressure. I know there's a lot of Discords out there and a lot of people probably have a ton in their app. But if you want to get to know us better as a community, I encourage you to join. And the schedule is up to date. Good job, me. So let's see. We are going to raid. This person has a really cool name. Good for them. Oh, let's see. I don't know them. Do they have... Okay, I see her pronouns. All right, so we're going to be rating a streamer named Spiffany. I don't know her. It says, I'm a Twitch streamer, content creator, licensed esthetician, and a model. Nice. Experience in mentoring teens and young adults, residing in the PNW. Community loves honest conversations around mental health and silly jokes. And that's why I decided to stream them, because that sounds right up our alley. Or raid them, I mean. So I'm going to go ahead and get started on the raid. We'll see a really quick credit roll and we'll head over to meet Spiffany. I do have a couple of messages if you'd like to use one of these to say hello to Spiffany. That first message is a Twitch Global Emotes. Anyone can use those, a little raid message. And the second one is for subscribers. If you would like to say hello when we reach Spiffany's channel, I'd appreciate it. So it gives them a nice boost to their stats and lets them know that we're here. Anyway, thank you again for a wonderful stream. I had a great time in Palia today. The time just flew. Thank you again all for being here, and I look forward to Thursday. And until then, take great care of yourselves. I know a lot of people are experiencing a heat wave that they're not used to. And you've got to stay extra hydrated, even more than you think. The heat will sap you. So take great care of yourselves. Don't forget your meds or a snack. Take a break after this before you get to know Spiffany if you'd like. It's a good idea to take a break. Anyway, thanks again, and hopefully I'll see you on Thursday. Have a great night. Bye.